Northern Ireland Assembly Committee.
Through as quickly as we can. Agenda item 1 is apologies. We don't have any apologies that I have. Any apologies to make? Nope. Excellent. Draft minutes then, 7th of January. Refer to page 5 of your meeting folders. And if members will quickly glance over the minutes, and if they're content, you let me know and I'll sign off in the minutes.
Okay.
Happy enough? Good. Thank you. There we go. Matters arising, and just the first issue, myself, Sammy, Raymond, Patsy were in a meeting there over lunch with an actor and extern about concerns they're having around their core funding and how it's going to be eventually down to zero. They'd requested that we may wish to take this up with the department. So I think we were of a view that we'll maybe try to schedule a meeting with officials and perhaps even the Minister once we get the bill out of the way, if members are content for us to do that.
Yeah.
Excellent. Item 2 then, firearms amendments. The department's written providing further information on the issue raised by Mr McGlone last week. There are a number of issues raised by Mr McGlone, and there the correspondence is page 3 to 12 of the tabled pack. It's just really for information. The department's clarified that a GB shotgun certificate holder can supervise a young shooter under the provisions in the bill, and they've also revised the amendments to the Justice Bill to reflect its view outlined by officials last week that the proposed repeal of Unlawful Drilling Act 1819 should be considered in more detail and in slower times. The text of revised amendments have been provided for information for members as well, so that's really just for noting. Item 3 is the Red Hook visit. The itinerary of that is at pages 13 to 14. Danny, Alban and myself are doing that. And there's also just to remind the committee that the Glasgow Problem Solving Court visit is for the 11th of February as well. A draft programme will be circulated at the next meeting for that. Agenda item 4 then is our oral evidence from the Prison Officers Association. They invited them to come along following the CJINI report and the issues that were relating to Maghaberry Prison that we'd had in November. Relevant papers members will find at pages 27 through to 317 of their packs. Okay. Prison service officials agreed to provide the committee with further information on a range of issues during the oral briefing session. The response providing the additional information is at page 232 of our packs, and that's for members' information as well. So, are they here?
There's Bramlett. Thanks very much. Straight Maria.
Outside. Is there water? Not here. Okay. Look, let's skip forward very quickly then to agenda item 13, which is correspondence. 5 items of correspondence, page 541 in the folder. There's only one item that I had to draw attention to, so hopefully we can knock this off before when they're arriving here. It's at page 543 of the folder. It's a response from the department regarding the committee's request for information in relation to the visitor centre service. Following the end of the contract with the Quaker service for the provision of correction ancillary services. I just want to take a wee seat in the gallery for a second. Okay. Skip forward because we're trying to just make our best use of our time here. The department stated that the prison service had recently awarded a new contract for the provision of the visitor services, single supplier for all 3 prison establishments. The department's advised that the tender for these services was issued in an open route, allowing all sectors to bid in accordance with the non-discrimination principle, as outlined the 3 mandatory requirements which all tenders had to comply with, and the qualitative criteria which focus on how the required services will be delivered in each visitor centre. The department also advised that the final quantitative assessment was on the cost element of each bid. The department noted there was no challenge to the award decision was received, and the award letter was issued to the new supplier on the 24th of November, with a contract commencement on the 1st of December. The members want to raise this again or have a briefing on this issue? Are they happy to note that? I know there was some interest in the just been a radio interview.
If the Minister was of a mind to come in relation to the earlier matter, then maybe it's
We could add this on the
appropriate
agenda. We'll certainly do that. I think it would be useful to do that. If members are agreed. Okay, then we'll go back then to agenda item 4, which is our oral evidence session. So, Mr. Spratt, if you want to take a seat forward now. Okay, members, so pages 27 to 317, and there's also further information 232 through 236. So can I welcome Mr. Finlay Spratt, Chairman of the POA, Dean Robinson and Ivor Dunn. You're all very welcome. If you want to maybe in the next 5-10 minutes make any comments, and then we'll open up to members afterwards, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So in your own time, sir.
Well, I'll say thanks very much for an invitation to the Justice Committee. We've been here pretty often in the past. And like everybody else, we're concerned about what's happening to the Northern Ireland Prison Service. And we welcome the opportunity to address some of the issues. But I have to say that we have been addressing the issues for quite a number of years. But I have to say it would appear to us that the Justice Committee has really haven't paid much attention to the things that we were raising. And we made the issue quite some time ago when they talked about the reform of the Northern Ireland Prison Service. Really, they didn't reform the Northern Ireland Prison Service. They took a hatchet to it and they cut the amount of staff. And we're not surprised of what's happened at Maghaberry. And we've been saying this for quite some time. But the Justice Committee and everybody else paid no heed. They brought in profilers at the time they were going to reform the Northern Ireland Prison Service. And those profilers at that time said we could run the Northern Ireland Prison Service with 200 less. In fact, we disputed that. And in fact, when this reform started off, there was 1,900 prison officers. And today, we're down to 1,321. That's something like a reduction of 30.5%. Yet and all, the Justice Committee and everybody else expect prison officers to run a normal regime that we were running in those days. It's just impossible. And the fellas and girls that they recruited, they only paid them half the salary that a prison officer was on. And then people wonder why there's so high level of sickness. As we stand today in the Northern Ireland Prison Service, we're short of 190 officers. And alone in Maghaberry, we're 97 short. Now, when you take those figures and you add the high level of sickness that's in Maghaberry, then that's colossal. And yet, no, prison officers in Northern Ireland is expected to run a first-class regime. And as I said here to the Justice Committee, and I don't think Raymond was too happy at the time I said it, the Justice Committee voted to reduce the time out of cells of prisoners because they introduced what they called the core day. And that's effectively what happened. And as I say, we're not surprised of what the POA was accused. In fact, some of the Justice Committee of the opinion, when this whole reform of the Northern Ireland Prison Service started off, that the POA run the Northern Ireland Prison Service. Well, we made a very conscious decision after that. Well, look, we'll not bother about it anymore because nobody paid any heed to what we said. And now we see what's happened. Not that I, as chairman of the association, or my colleagues want to run the Northern Ireland Prison Service, but we certainly wanted to have an input to it. And the reality is, they reformed the Northern Ireland Prison Service, but they didn't take the staff with them. And with all these experts that came in from England, and people laughed at me, and Raymond was one of them, an English solution to the Northern Ireland problem, we all know, never worked. And it's not going to work. The prison service, as far as we're concerned, at the minute is a disaster. And the recruited officers, and them fellas and girls have to spend something up like £400 a month to get to their work. They brought in a crowd here from England, and they brought in a shift pattern that was adaptable in an English system. And I think they paid something like £130,000 for it. and it's based on an English system where they have a full public transport. Fellas and girls here work in Maghaberry, we have no public transport, and even we couldn't use it anyhow. So it's not about wonder what happened. And as I say, prison officers' shift pattern, these fellas and girls could be on their feet for 10 days in a row, and some of them starting at 8 o'clock in the morning and work till 9 o'clock. Not about wonder. And I'm not here condoning the sick. I think I would like to see it reduced. But that's the reality of life in the prison service. And it's not about wonder that we have this attendance pattern, because it's draconian. And I mean, there's fellas and girls working 10 days in a trot. So that's my open comment. And up to yourself, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for keeping it relatively brief, which is good, because the questions are probably more useful. Look, I've been in this post for 14 or 15 months. I would reject the idea that we're not taking it seriously. Certainly in my time here, we've had the management up a number of times. We've requested more information from them, and certainly in the back of the CJINI report, we're of the mind that we want to have at least monthly or bi-monthly reports in terms of any levels of improvement. I have met with prison officers virtually every month since I took over the chairmanship of this party.
I know you have, Mr. Chairman.
And I must say that I'm in no doubt that morale is incredibly low, that there is a real problem there with existing staff who've been there for many, many years in terms of how they see things developing. New staff, I think, probably don't realise what the job entails when they signed up to do it, and I don't think many of us do realise just how difficult the job it is, and you can't leave it when you leave and you head home because there's threats hanging over their head and everything else. We are reassured time after time by management that things are improving, even if there's no evidence to suggest that things are improving. The Minister keeps telling us that things are getting better. The last time that the Director General was here, she kept telling us that things are getting better, even though there was no evidence to support that. So how bad is morale, and would you be of a view that things have got in any way better in recent months?
Well, and as a chairman of the Prison Officers Associations that represent prison officers, I don't believe that the morale has got any better. In fact, I think it's getting worse. And I think if you look at the figures in terms of absenteeism, that would tell you something. And I mean, I've made this case time and time again to the management of the prison service. I said, surely you must say, what is wrong? I mean, we know what's wrong, because they recruited fellas and girls and they paid them half the money that they were paying the old hands. Now, in my view, the reform of the Northern Ireland Prison Service, they didn't reform the Northern Ireland Prison or make it any better for the prisoners that we're supposed to look after. But it's the prison officers that's bearing the brunt of these cowboys that came in from across the water, from Noms, and I mean, that's really, really what happened. And I have come up here to this Justice Committee, and I've made the case time and time again. And that's what I said, Mr. Chair. I'm no doubting that you have met prison officers, but I've made this case time and time again. And the reality is that the morale is not getting any better. I mean, can you imagine 2 prison officers to look after 50 prisoners when it used to be 4? You know, in some cases it could be girls alone, females alone, looking after 50 males. And I think it was raised with me here last, one of the Justice Committee, about this business about females looking after. But that's the reality. I mean, you could have a male and a female working together, looking after 50 prisoners. Well, you can imagine how they feel. They have destroyed the staffing levels of the Northern Ireland Prison Service, and it's based on an English system. Somebody needs to wise up. That's what's going on.
I understand. I've heard you say that before around, you know, I suppose I'm less concerned if the best person for the job comes from England or Scotland or Wales or wherever it is. I would be concerned if there's not an investment in the officers in Northern Ireland that they can take over and be in the leadership. I would be concerned about that and express that concern with the management. Can I ask you just in terms of the recruits? I think many young people are brought into the prison service with a false expectation of what the job actually is, and we've made that point, I think, in the committee before as well, that Many people think that the job now is about social work and concentrating exclusively on rehabilitation, and that is important. I think that is part of the prison regime. But in terms of the training they're getting, are they getting adequate training for the actual job that they'll be doing? And the people who are doing the training, have they any idea of what it's actually like to work the wings of Maghaberry?
Well, I don't wish to criticise the training because I think the training is adequate. But I think when the recruits go out onto the ground, they don't know the fact that, well, they think it was a different world. And I mean, it's just something I could go back on, Mr. Chairman, I forgot to mention. I mean, when the reform of the Northern Ireland Prison Service was taking place, we were assured that it would save £17.6 million. And there's a factor here that needs to be taken into account. It was to save us, as I said, £17.6 million. Now, that money was to be reinvested in the prison service. It wasn't reinvested in the prison service. On top of that, I don't know whether it was DFP or who it was, they reduced the prison service budget by a further £12.4 million. So the Northern Ireland Executive took out of the prison service a total figure of £30 million, and we're expected to run a Rolls-Royce regime. You know, we're there to provide prisoners with work. The reality is there is no work for prisoners. You know, the training, coming back to the training aspect, well, I mean, that was always the system. But what has happened, we had officers on the ground to mentor us. These young officers that's joined today have nobody there to mentor them. I mean, there's something like 600 and something old hands left. And these young fellows and girls were expected or threw in at the deep end to manage that. And the people who manage the Northern Ireland Prison Service has made a complete Horlicks of it.
One of the things that would strike me is that if you've been in that job for 20 plus years, you will have been through nearly every experience that there is in the prison. You'll know just from your practice on how to de-escalate a situation or how to deal with a difficult scenario. If you're only in the job for a number of years, you don't know how to do that.
No.
One of the things that came out of the CJINI report was that there wasn't enough decision making being devolved down to the ordinary prison officers. So they didn't feel that they were given the support from those higher up that they could take decisions on the ground. And it was a slowness in decision making. What support is there for the ordinary prison officer to be able to make decisions that require quick decision making? Or is there a fear hanging over their heads that if you make a decision and you get it wrong or something happens, then management blame you then?
Well, it's certainly a fear of prison officers in the present environment that we work on, that making the decision and making the right one. And those fellows and girls are called on to make a staff decision like that. They don't have the experience to make those decisions. And they are a fear that they could get it wrong. And believe it or believe it not, there's quite a demand now placed on prison officers, because we're talking about rehabilitation, and the whole role and the job of a prison officer has changed. But it's a reality and the confidence to do the job that they look around and their colleagues there is nobody there. As I said, you know, could be two girls, it could be a fellow and a girl, looking after 50 prisoners. And believe it or believe it not, there's a lot of demands placed on prison officers working in that environment. So I don't think they've got the confidence. That's no fault of theirs. They were through on the deep end. There was nobody there to mentor them. I mean, I've been in the prison service now for 40 years, and I mean, I can see the people coming and going. But there were always somebody there. I mean, in my days, there were always somebody there to guide me, and there's nobody there. And I mean, there's a certain amount of people that have remained in the prison service, as referred to the old hands. And I mean, the young CPU officers are very thankful that some of those, but there's not enough. And these fellows, and on top of that, they cut the staffing levels. And in my opinion, it was a whole exercise about cutting down the money. And that's the reality, and that's why we ended up where we've ended up, Maghaberry.
Danny?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Welcome, and I do get a sense of clear frustration, Finlay, in terms of your view on things. Let me just tease out again, or just try and confirm. Is it your view that it needs either more staff or better pay or additional training in terms of remedy? And in terms of the return visit to Maghaberry, how's that being dealt with and handled in terms of staff? Has there been a noticeable increase in overtime to try and dress up the situation for that second visit? And finally, Chairman, and briefly, what's your assessment, because that main report did highlight serious concern about the drugs issue. What is the current situation? What is your assessment of the current drugs assessment at Maghaberry?
Well, Danny, first of all, I'll let Ivor answer that question, because he works Maghaberry. But before going, could I say, first of all, I have never, as chairman of the Prison Officers Association, been given the report that was done by the inspector. I was never given it, and that's the way the Prison Officers Association has been treated. I have never had sight of that report. In terms of the further question,
Sorry, the CJINI report that came out in November.
yes, we have never had it.
Well, it's in the public domain, so
Yeah, but the courtesy.
right, you're getting an advance copy.
We are the representative body
Okay.
of the Prison Officers Association in Northern Ireland. We should have had that report.
Right, you
in
didn't
fact,
get the
in
advance.
previous reports, we would have had it prior to it being
Yeah.
published.
Okay.
But we didn't get that one.
Yeah.
That shows you the consultation process that the management is conducting with the Prison Officers Association.
Sure, no, it's just
Ivor, maybe you're going to answer the question about Maghaberry.
Since the report has been published, and shortly before the report, overtime is now being thrown at Maghaberry Prison as if it was going out of fashion. The sickness figures, our sickness figures, are being massaged in Maghaberry Prison. The sickness figures, if you look at them on a like-for-like basis, are sitting the same as whenever the inspection was done. We have prison officers that have returned to work and they're doing non-task line functions. Now, they're off the sick, but they're not working in frontline posts. We have also got prison officers that are off the sick, and with the new policy of phased return to work, they can take leave or they can stay on the sick. That figure is also massaged out of the figures of the people that are on the sick. So, one of the other things that I have a difficulty with, that what constitutes an assault in Maghaberry Prison. If you get spat on, that's not an assault. If you get a substance from a pot thrown around you, that's not classified as an assault. If someone turns around and makes threats against yourself, it's okay if they turn around and say, we're going to shoot you. The chances of having a gun in Maghaberry Prison, no, that can't happen. But the threat of, I'll get you outside, that possibly could happen. That's where my staff, my boys, or my men and women, I was going to call the boys and girls for quite an age, that's the fear that they get every day of the week. Now, there's something here. What did you expect for Christmas? My staff kicked, scalded, stabbed, punched, broken bones, taken hostage, covered in excrement, sexual assault, and at the bottom of the thing, murdered. That's our reality, what I'm facing, or my staff in there are facing every day. And there's no one coming to help them now. Whenever an alarm's pressed, there's no one coming to help them. If I can run a few figures past you. In October, we had 144 discipline alarms. That's where the button has been pushed because staff have felt under threat. We'll go to November, it dropped to 112. We'll go to December, 122. That's where the men and women in Maghaberry prison have felt threatened, that they were looking for help to resolve the situation. In October, assaults on an inmate, we had 14. That was 14 prisoners were damaged because they had no one to defend them. I had 3 members of staff were assaulted in October. We will go to November. In November, I had 5 prisoners that were assaulted, that no one was there to defend them, and I had 3 members of staff that were assaulted. We'll come forward to Christmas we had 5 inmates assaulted and 7 prison officers assaulted. But also, what's quite strange in that there was 11 attempted assaults on staff. It's either an assault or it's not an assault. And that's the situation where the men and women in Maghaberry prison face every day.
I mean,
Chairman, just on the issue of your assessment of the drugs.
The drug situation in Maghaberry prison has not resolved itself. One of my gripes is now that the figures are also being massaged, that if a prisoner is now caught with drugs below a certain quantity, it's not passed no longer to the PSNI. That there is the same as out in the big bad world. That's for their own use. If it becomes a heavier amount, we'll pass it to the PSNI.
So recreational drugs are considered recreational and not
In the eyes of...
not criminal.
It's... the other thing, what really galls me with that there is that when that person's released from custody and it goes back to court at a later date, he has had a clear record for 3 or 4 years. And it doesn't show in anything that he has been dealt with internally with a drugs issue.
And how are they getting them in? We've asked this before, but I can understand the prescription medication that's being used as some sort of currency within the prison, but in terms of the illicit stuff.
There are quite a few ingenious ways of getting drugs into the prison. Last month, we had a prisoner that was carrying out outside work, maintenance work, cutting grass, and he was caught with quite a considerable amount of drugs going into the prison. You can't watch everyone all of the time, and it's a total impossibility. And we have visitors coming in, and most of the drugs are easy to camouflage now. We've our passive dogs, and they do a fantastic job, but everything moves on. Everything moves on, and we're caught with the type of the drug, especially our legal highs, undetectable. So that's where we are.
Okay, Danny, have enough?
Yeah.
Raymond?
Thank you very much, Chair. And again, just to echo the comments of the Chair in terms of the seriousness which the committee has addressed the issues. I think it's on the record a number of times we have addressed it. It may not always be the satisfaction of everybody involved, but that's sometimes the nature of the beast. In terms of this idea of laughing, I think when you made the comment that there's no English solution to an Irish problem, I think it was in the context that perhaps people laughed. I made the comment perhaps if that was something that had been taken back a long number of years and we may even be having this particular conversation, but it was nothing to do with the seriousness of the point which you were making at the time. In relation to, at the beginning, you said that why the committee voted for the the lock-up situation or the TOMs. The committee had no role in that, but the committee voted for was, and I think all the parties after Hillsborough voted for, an examination and reform of the prison service. I think I'm on record on a number of occasions, in my opinion, a restrictive only makes it more difficult for everybody to do the job that they're supposed to be doing. And I've been very critical about the lock-up regimes in a number of prisons. But see, the context in which we're having this discussion today, and I understand everybody comes to these discussions with their own perspective, and that's understandable, but the Criminal Justice Inspectorate have had a report into Maghaberry, and I think everybody agrees that this is a number in a long series of bad reports. The Criminal Justice Inspectorate, you know, if you like, are a neutral pair of eyes. I don't think anybody will accuse them either of being prejudiced or whatever, and it's a matter for yourself to reflect on. You might have a view yourself, and that's fair enough.
I think, Raymond, if I could interject, I never suggested for 1 minute that the Criminal Justice Inspectorate wasn't independent. I've never suggested they've been prejudiced.
Nor did I say you did.
Right.
Nor did I say you did, but I'm just saying that sometimes we all come at these from, and people might accuse us, each of the other, that we come at it with prejudice eyes, and I would accept that if someone said I come at this issue with a prejudice eye, that's a valid point of view and they're entitled to say it. But I'm making the case, I think everybody sees the Inspectorate is neutral, they have no axe to grind.
Yeah.
So well, what they talked about in the report, and Brendan McGuigan was in front of the committee, I've read the report, but as testimony, if you like, at the committee, he expanded on it. But he talked about the collective failure of leadership. He talked about no evidence of flexibility, innovation, creativity or problem sharing or solving, and no evidence of a cultural change. And I think he reflected on that he believed that some of the issues in Maghaberry are endemic for a long number of years. And he said that he's still seen and detected a culture of resistance of change. So it's in that context they're trying to work this all out. So for the record, I mean, our position in prisons, the prison should be a place that's free from conflict, that everybody involved, staff, prisoners, families, should be living in an environment where they're not under threat, harassment or whatever. They should be allowed to conduct their business, and at the core of it there should be a process of rehabilitation. But in my opinion, Maghaberry, at this moment in time, and I reflect on the date that the report was published, we know there's been steps taken and the inspector's back in. That is falling way short of that, and I would just ask, do you reflect on that, and what do you think of that?
For a start off, we fully support the Inspectorate, right? And as I said earlier on, in this reform of the Northern Ireland Prison Service was talked about, we were, as an association, we were as a union being blamed of controlling the Northern Ireland Prison Service. We made a conscious decision. In fact, quite a lot of people were of that opinion that we ran the Northern Ireland Prison Service. We made it plain we didn't. So therefore, we step back. We don't involve ourselves on a day-to-day basis looking after the members that we represent. We have given management many times advice on different subjects in the prison service. So we're not involved on it. And at the end of the day, the prison inspector made a report. I have wrote out it's quite an accurate report, and I haven't been privileged to that report. But I think people need to face reality. The whole exercise in the reform of the Northern Ireland Prison Service was not about making prisoners' life any better. That's just my opinion. It wasn't about making prisoners' life any better. It wasn't about, in my view, some cases, it was about they deny prison officers and reduce their standard of living, because that's what effectively has happened, has actually reduced the standard of living, cut away the support that prison officers had to give one another on the lands. They don't have any support there. They don't have any support. And whether they come from the point that I'm making, and it wasn't a joke, I was dead serious, because this is the reality. What has happened here is that they adopted a failed system in England and applied it to the Northern Ireland prison. That's a reality. And you only have to go out there and look. That's the facts. I mean, I'm not sitting here. That's the facts. And if you read the papers, the NOM system in England's in turmoil. The whole system's up the left. And that's what was adopted and pushed into the Northern Ireland Prison Service. And I don't make no apologies for that. That's the reality. That's what happened. We as an association, we put forward views on how we could reform the Northern Ireland Prison Service. We fully supported the reform of the Northern Ireland Prison Service. Although the people involved at that time, they reformed the Northern Ireland Prison Service, but they didn't take the prison officers and the prisoners along with them. And the comment that I made about the Justice Committee voted to, because you voted and supported the report that was drawn up by Anne Owers about reducing the core day, that in effect locked prisoners up. You supported the Anne Owers report in terms of removing work from prison officers and giving it to private contractors. And now you can have a look. There's no work for prisoners because these private contractors, they didn't come up to the mark where prison officers were taking prisoners out to work. But it was the whole rush about change of culture, you know, in the Northern Ireland prisons. And they let 650. I have often asked the question, what do you mean culture? I mean, irrespective of what religion a prison officer was, prison officers in Northern Ireland done their job, irrespective of what religious divide they come from. And I could never get my head around this thing about changing the culture. You know, the fact is, I've come in the front of this just, and I'll make no apologies for it. I ain't apologising to nobody. I did tell this Justice Committee going back at the very outset of this reform of the Northern Ireland Prison Service, it was a disaster and was going to end up a disaster. And that's why we're here.
I mean, my reading of Anne Owers would be different in terms of the core day. I think in my reading of Anne Owers' report and that wider report, I think they were more in the ensuring the prisoners are out of their cells as often as what they possibly could, because that assists any process.
Well, if I could just interject, Raymond.
Yeah.
The reality is, it didn't happen.
No, but all I'm saying...
And I come here to the Justice Committee and I told you.
Yeah. But the point I'm making, and I'll make it again, is that I'm just saying what happened is fair enough. You're entitled to review that, and I think you have grounds to make that. But I'm saying Anne Owers, I don't think, supported a restrictive regime. I think that was more a policy decision about changing regime rather than Anne Owers, and that would be my reading of it. See, the resistance to change, and Brendan McGuigan talked about this in his report, is that, and one of the things that he said is that there's a tendency that everybody within the prison system blames each other. That there's a tendency that there's resistance to new work practices because, and it happens in any organisation, you bring about change, and you've talked about the old hands, for the want of better words, and I think that's the word you used. Sometimes think that you can't teach us anything. That's the way it always was. There was nothing wrong in the past, so why and many people have pointed out failings in the past. They might not always been accepted by everybody, but there were failings in the past. You talked about the POA being blamed, but there were people who would have made observations that they had an undue influence in certain aspects of the run of the prison.
Well, that may be so in local establishments. All I do is I head up this association in Northern Ireland, and as the chairman of this association, the union, we have never rebelled against change. Change is something that happens, and change needs to happen. But from my perspective as the chairman of the association, we're not opposed to change. There may be individuals out there, but you shouldn't tar the Prison Officers Association with that brush. That's individuals. And my view of those individuals, then we must have a management that deals with them. That's their fault. That's their job to manage. No, my job to manage the Northern Ireland Prison Service. And where they are having trouble, then they should speak to them people. But you shouldn't tire the Prison Officers Association organisation. We're not opposed to change. We're totally and fully supportive of change. But we were conscious of the fact the staffing levels that was being provided was not going to be adequate to look after the prisoners in our care. And I've just quoted you a few figures where prisoners were assaulted by prisoners. That shouldn't happen. But because we have no staff on the ground, this is happening now on a regular basis. In fact, somebody's going to be killed someday in jails. I don't know whether it'll be an officer or whether it'll be a prisoner. I hope it doesn't happen. But that's the reality. We don't have people on the ground to observe prisoners. It's not that we want to be nosy or anything about prisoners. They're actually in our care. And it's okay if these armchair generals that run the prison service and are not on the ground to cut these staff. It's the fellas and girls that walk the landings that are at risk. And we want to be there. We want to provide the facilities for prisoners. But people suggest that, if people are being opposed to change, then managers of the Northern Ireland Prison Service should deal with them. We as an organisation, we're not against change. In fact, we totally support change. And we totally signed up to the reform of the Northern Ireland Prison Service. But let me tell you, Raymond, the management of the Northern Ireland Prison Service didn't honour their commitment to the reform of the Northern Ireland. And I'll give you an example. We changed our terms and conditions of working, and we were promised in 2014 a 37-hour week. Have we got it? No. So the management of the Northern Ireland Prison Service has not complied with the agreement that we made in 2012 that we would be on a 37-hour week. Never happened.
Okay, I'm just in terms of, because, the Chair, you mentioned it, the Chair, has the POA done a response to Brendan McGuigan's report? Have you just taken an approach that we weren't part of this?
I haven't seen it, so how can I make a response?
Why have you not read it?
Fine.
Why have you not read it?
The way it normally works is the report is sent to us as an associate.
I appreciate that. I know you're annoyed that you weren't given an advance copy, and I think you probably should have been given an advance copy, but perhaps that's something in there. But it's been in the public domain now for a number of months.
It has been,
Why have you not read it?
I haven't read it for the simple reason is I come here as chairman of the association and I've been in the papers and all over. I advised people that what they were doing to the Northern Ireland Prison Service wasn't going to work. And this, in fact, is where we are today.
But from taking this forward, and the prison management team were here and told us how they've addressed it, and the working out of that will be obviously tested and scrutinised as we go forward. But if this problem is going to be fixed, and I haven't heard too many people. People may have different views over the terminology used, in terms of what's a crisis and what's a prison in crisis, etc. And that's understandable. But there's nobody I have heard not saying or saying that we have an issue here which you need to address and address quickly. And if you have taken the sort of a view that we're outside of this, then if the observation has been made, and it's not made just about managers, it's made about everybody within the prison, that there's a resistance to change, then if you're not reading this and addressing it, then how do we progress and take this forward?
Well, for a start off, we have the management of the Northern Ireland Prison Service, right? Would you be surprised to know they never even discussed the report with me as the head of the association?
I would find that
surprising.
Well,
that's a fact.
But I would also find it surprising, in fairness, as a large representative body, that you haven't been at their door to tell them you haven't discussed it.
I have been at their door steady over this last 2 or 3 years about the staff levels.
You see, the purpose today is around,
Right.
and we could go into a wider discussion, and I understand that happens, but in terms and the context of the report, it is surprising that you weren't given an advance copy, right? Now, that's something we'll take up. It is surprising that the prison managers haven't engaged with you, and I talk about headquarters, haven't engaged with you in relation to the outcome and how this can be addressed going forward. But I think it is surprising that you haven't went to them and saying, here, hold on, we should have an input. The inspectors are coming in, they're now in the prison, I think they conclude this week, and you haven't been asked for your views, how you can assist or even give a critique.
No, we weren't asked for views. We weren't asked for views on the report, other than Brendan McGuigan rang me to say the report was going to be published in courtesy, and I acknowledge that. in terms of, yes, we have not been involved with the report, just like we haven't been involved about all the changes that's been made at Maghaberry. We're not consulted. That's a reality. From an organisation that was always consulted, there's only 2 people in headquarters who would consult with me now on any issue. That's it.
But what about the local branch?
Well, I have an answer for the local branch.
There's been no discussion with the new governor, with the management about the impact and what was said in this report.
Raymond, if I can put in, when the last report that Mr McGuigan done, there were recommendations were made.
2012 report, you're talking about?
Yeah.
And one of the recommendations, there was quite a few, that the mirrored glass within the secure pods within each of the houses is removed because it was inhumane that prisoners couldn't see who was operating the buttons for free movement out of the house and into the house. I objected very strongly about the removal of this mirrored glass. And the reasons I objected was that what was going to happen, the prison officer manning those buttons was going to be able to be identified because they weren't going to be solely ever operating in that secure pod. They were going to go on the landings. So that then led to bullying and intimidation of that prison officer. The bigger part of that, what happened, our clientele were able to see where the monitors in that pod, or those pods were, and they then knew where the blind spots were in the dining halls and in the yards where they could do their drug deals and carry out their assaults. But Ivor didn't know anything. We'll go ahead and we will change. And we are where we are today. We have to carry on. The other thing that I will say about the reform, Maghaberry Prison was built to hold 380 prisoners. That's what it was built to hold. The inspection team came in and they said, your reception isn't big enough, we have to do a bigger reception. So what did we do? We closed 2 workshops. That was where we were getting prisoners out to go to be gainfully employed and to learn and be rehabilitated. So we closed 2 workshops. Now, remember, this was a prison that was built for 380 prisoners. We're now nearly at 1,000 prisoners. The next thing was the Maze prison closed, and with it, Central Stores closed. So Central Stores had to go somewhere. We'll move Central Stores to Maghaberry. We moved Central Stores to Maghaberry. Where the trades were based, outside the wall, we put Central Stores in there. We moved trades inside the building, or inside the major complex at the Maze, or at Maghaberry, sorry, and we closed another workshop. So out of a prison that was built to house 380 clients, we have closed 3 workshops. Where do we now gainfully employ our prisoners, or where do we try to rehabilitate them? And this is on recommendations. Now, I get extremely frustrated because the prisoner is my bread and butter. I have a few years done in the job, and I have never been accosted outside the prison by a prisoner. I've always had my hand shook and done a very good job. But at the moment, the frustration is, it's just, you couldn't put the frustration into words of what prison staff are going through, because we were getting the blame that you don't communicate to prisoners. If I was in the big bad world and I had a class of 30 men under me, or a work party of 30 men under me, I would be absolutely fantastic. I would be one of the best managers in the world. We've got a prison officer who has 30 prisoners, and they are maintaining discipline. They're getting those people to conform, and they're nothing. You know, because there has to be a working relationship between the prison officer on the landing and the prisoner in his charge, because if it doesn't happen, it doesn't work.
In terms of just the initial question I asked was, what contact has there been with
The Governor, when Damon Ords wrote a report, the contact with the prison officers was too much. We were able to go in and talk to the Governor at any time. That there was cut down to one official meeting per month, or one official meeting every 2 months. Now, from Mr. Ragg has come to the prison, he has consulted with me, and I will give his dues. He has consulted, and he has kept, this is what we're thinking of doing, what do you think will happen? And I will give Mr. Ragg his dues, he has done that. But we are still stuck with the Damon Ords report. It states one meeting every 2 months, and that's what it is.
I mean, again, I can't remember that type of, specifics in the hours. Now, it may have been an outworking of it, I don't want to say it, but I mean, to me, the hours report was more about the strategic framework rather than that. I think so. I think it would be unfair to blame the report if there's a poor contact. That's sort of nature.
Just, I don't want to labour on the point about this report, but have none of you read the CJINI report from a few months ago? None of the three of you?
I have went through the report, and the one thing that sticks with me is that Ivor Dunn worked in a prison, the most dangerous prison in Western Europe, and nothing was done about it. That's the one thing that hits me with the report.
And Mr. Robinson, have you read the report?
No, I have not.
See, I mean, I find it amazing. I come here, having spoken to prison officers, being deeply concerned, and I share your view that I am worried something really bad is going to happen within Maghaberry Prison, because I think it is understaffed. I think when you have a situation where prison officers are not supported or finding themselves isolated in wings, that is a real problem, But I find it absolutely astounding when you're invited to come in front of the committee to discuss some of the issues that come out of the CJINI report, and only one of the three of you have actually read the report. Now, Mr. Dunn, you've highlighted from the 2012 report the mirrored glass thing, and you make a very reasonable point, and I think actually that's something that some members of the committee would say, you're absolutely right. It would be daft to move to clear glass, because if a prisoner officer is intimidated, if prisoners can see where security cameras are, that would be madness to move away from mirrored glass, okay? I can see that. So therefore the value that would come from this session today is if you could say to us, in the report it says X, Y and Z, here's where we disagree with the report, and that gives us at least a balanced view in terms of how we think things could move forward. To come to us today and say, we haven't read the report, the purpose of your session today is actually to discuss issues coming out of the report, to help us to identify areas where there needs to be changes, identify areas where perhaps prison officers have been discussed inappropriately or unfairly within the report, and to stick up for them. So I can't understand why only one of the three of you have actually read it.
Well, I certainly haven't read it. As I say, we weren't made party to the report by the employer that is responsible. I acknowledge it's in the public domain, but I mean, I've been here so often, and I've made so many cases about prison officers, not just at the Justice Committee, but all over the place. And I have to be honest with you, they're running about at the minute trying to fix what the report, and quite rightly so, but I think it'll be very short-lived, because it'll disappear. They'll do all these things now until they get the answer to the report, and we'll go back to where we were. The reality is the prison service needs an injection of staff, and on top of that we need to treat the new recruits that came in and pay them a decent standard of living. And until we get there, then I don't think a lot is going to be improved in the Northern Ireland Prison Service.
And I agree with you in terms of having not only staff numbers there, but well-trained staff who can actually are well-equipped to deal with the unique circumstances in Maghaberry. But there may also be suggestions within this report that you could come here today, if you'd read the report, come here today and tell us this won't work, and here's why it won't work. And if you're able to do that, then we can go to the prison service, we can go to the minister and say, here's what the POA are saying and why this will not work. Don't go ahead and do that. Because otherwise, we come back here in May, or come back here in 3 years' time with the next report, and you'll come back and say, well, this shouldn't have happened 3 years ago. This is the purpose of this session, so you can tell us. You have far more expertise about what goes on in the prisons in Northern Ireland than any of us have. We hear from prison officers, we'll hear from, others will hear from prisoners about what's going on. You're there representing people who are working in there every day of the week, the people who are finding themselves in vulnerable positions, the people who are finding themselves intimidated. That's why we want to know if there's stuff in this report that you think won't work and why it won't work, so that we can help them make sure it's better.
Well, when you're around so long as I am, and you've read all these reports that came out, and I have voiced numerous opinions about it won't work, like a reform of the Northern Ireland Prison Service, I get so frustrated at one point. Well, what's the point? What's the point? And I mean, I have no doubt the point you're making is quite valid and quite genuine. Yes, you'd think I would the report, but I've been so long around this. I mean, we've done all these things. We've been there. We have advised different committees. We have advised different Director Generals of the Northern Ireland Prison Service. It just falls on deaf ears. So it's interesting to see what will actually come out of this report. And we're sitting there. Yes, I take aboard the criticism you're making that I didn't read the report. For that reason, I've done it so often and made so many recommendations. It just goes up in there.
Edwin?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Ivor raised a number of issues which would cause me concern, because we have been told over the course of the last number of months that everything in Maghaberry is getting better, and one can anticipate a more positive report coming out of Maghaberry, in the recent visit, because prison officer sickness is down, attendances are better. There's more work going on with the prisoners, and assaults and so forth are all coming down. That's what we've been told by the management as they came here. Now, I just want to clarify with Mr. Dunn what he's been raising with us today. You've indicated the number of assaults that took place over the course of the last 3 months, which seemed to escalate in the month of December. How is that comparable with previous periods of time, maybe the previous year? And you also talked about massaging of sickness figures, and I'll maybe go into that in more detail in a moment or two. But you're coming here today, and your number one priority is representation of your prison officers. And one of the tasks that will fall on you is to ensure that the regime, and as far as possible, keeps your prison officers safe. If they're being assaulted, that's not. The regime isn't doing that, so you're obviously going to raise a case there. But you also, as prison officers, have a duty of care to the prisoners. So there's the responsibility of yourselves as prison officers and the Prison Officers Association to keep prisoners safe. And you can only do that if you're equipped to do it, and if you have 2 people on a land with 50 prisoners and a fight breaks out, it's going to be very difficult to achieve that. So how does that compare with previous periods of time? Is that up? Is that down? Or where are we?
We're sorry.
Go ahead.
We are sitting on a par, so we are. Mr. McGuigan, in one of his reports, he said he's seen the green shoots of recovery. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm from a farming background, and whenever I put in a crop and I see green shoots coming up, I don't know whether it's weeds or whether it's the crop. And unless we keep putting resources into the Northern Ireland Prison Service, that will never happen. We will not get a crop that we can harvest. Last year, there's one particular, in the month of December last year, we put 11 prisoners out to outside hospital. Now, that took up 44 staff. 44 staff over the 24-hour period. That overtime budget was taken out of the prison and put to an outside bed watch that left the staff on the landings locking prisoners down that shouldn't have been locked down. Going on to the hospital part of it and talking about recommendations, the recommendations that the POA have wanted has been an outside facility in one of the hospitals in Northern Ireland that we could centralise prison health care. That doesn't happen. In the month of December, we had 23 emergency ambulances into Maghaberry prison. 23. That took up 23. That took up, each of those escorts that went out took up 2 members of staff, and if they stayed out for more than 20 or more than 12 hours, that doubled. I went out and done one of those myself. A prisoner with suspected meningitis turned out to be a rash on his foot, and a prisoner with a heart complaint and was given Gaviscon. That was 2 emergency ambulances. I just despair. That's staff that's been taken off the landings.
Yeah, if we can focus on key and critical issues here. What we're saying is that there hasn't been much change in
Not
terms
much.
of.
As I say,
But you did indicate that there's considerably more resources have been put in.
the resources have been put in. The total number of detached staff, we have 11. We've had 15 staff have been transferred. We have 7 staff from the PAX group have regraded to night custodies, and we have staff 4 that have regraded. Now,
And you have more overtime.
we have more overtime, and we have more overtime, but staff aren't taking up the overtime.
Okay. And so it's just to build a picture here of the prison, Mr. Chairman, and if we're going to be told it's getting better, but then we hear statistics which would indicate that it's not getting better, in spite of the fact that resources and more resources are going to it, that is worrying. We were also told, that there's great success in terms of sickness levels, and you touched upon it. You said that it was massaged and people were being brought in to do non-prison officer duties, and they were reported as back to work, which may be fair enough in one side of things, in that it gets people back to work, and you can move that on. But in terms of the prison officers, are the occupational health reports now being abolished? Because I've challenged the directors here, and they say that they will listen to occupational health reports. Are occupational health reports being ignored by the management?
I would go in with quite a few officers whenever they're having their interviews with the HR department, and the OHS report says we will review again in 10 to 12 weeks. 4 weeks after that report, or they have seen the OHS, they're appearing in front, or being invited to appear in front of the HR department, and depending if it's either 4 weeks or 8 weeks, after the 8-week period, they're then being put in front of the Governor with possible recommendation for dismissal. Even though the OHS people are saying it'll be 10 to 12 weeks before we will see you with a hope for an improvement in your health. It's what I get back is that's the process.
And what sort of stress is that putting on staff who are unwell?
I have attended homes where prison officers have committed self-harm. I have attended homes where their wives have threatened to leave because they don't know. It is putting undue stress onto the children in those houses. it's barbaric what way some of our staff are being treated.
That's a strong terminology, and we previously heard Mr. Spratt indicate that a prisoner or a prison officer could lose their life, which again is very powerful. You know, as a committee, we have to take that seriously. And I was on the radio last week with a former prison governor, Mr. McKee, and he came off that statement as well.
John, yeah.
And all of us would do well to listen. The Minister, right down to all of us, would do well to pay attention when people are sending out warnings like that, because there must be something to it. You know, people who have a responsible position cannot make statements like that unless there's something going on in the background that causes them to be so concerned that they'll make a statement like that. So I'm very concerned whenever Mr. Dunn uses the term barbaric when it's dealing with prison staff who are ill and being coerced back to work as opposed to dealing with appropriately. And whenever you hear of staff self-harming, I think that's a matter of grave concern. Because at the end of the day, prisoner safety is something which we have to oversee. And how do you oversee a prisoner's safety if individuals are going into that prison in such a poor mental state of mind? That's always going to cause severe problems. So thank you for that, Mr. Dunn.
Just on the health of prison officers, in terms of psychological help or of stress and things like that, there's a counselling service available, is there?
Yes, there is, yeah.
And in terms of the aftercare, is that I mean, the police have their own counsellors, don't they? Mm-hmm. Because it's a specialised particular strains. The prison service no longer have that, is that right?
Yes, the prison service.
They have their own specialised?
Yeah, they use, I forget the name of it, Care Call, which is available to all civil servants. And prison officers, for counselling, they're restricted to get six sessions. Then what happens if they need more, then they have to apply, and somebody else then considers whether they can have another 2 or 4, or whatever the case may be.
And is there evidence that where prison officers feel that they need more support, that they're not being given it, or they're not being signed off to get it?
Well, I have to be fair to the prison service. Anybody who needs additional counselling, most times it's always granted, to be fair.
Thank you. Patsy?
Yep. Thanks very much, Chair. And I'm sorry to hear that you hadn't read the report, because there's a number of issues in it, and Mr. Dunn, including health issues, how those were responded to, that probably you could have mutually learned a lot from and worked together to deal on those. Now, just let me get it clear. Have on the Criminal Justice Inspectorate report, have you as an organisation met with the management of the prison service about it to discuss it?
The report?
Yes, the report.
No.
Now, is that because you haven't requested, they haven't requested? I would have thought it would be.
I would have thought common
sense, you know.
Common courtesy from the management of the prison service, an organisation that represents the majority of prison officers. They should have been inviting us to talks, but we have never heard nothing. Not alone that, they should have been required under trade union legislation to share the report to us. We never got it.
Well, the sharing the report, and it is unfortunate that you haven't read it, because there are a number of issues in there. Outcomes for prisoners were poor, respect for prisoners were poor, purposeful activities were poor, but the very issues that you mentioned around management are in there too, along with health issues and those other things that you find are causing a lot of problems within the prison, especially among those vulnerable prisoners that you know much better than I they're about. But I wanted to pick up on some of the things that you were saying there. That whole issue of the report itself and what it had dealt with, you mentioned earlier there the number of what the purpose-built prison was for 380 prisoners, wasn't it? And there's nearly 1,000 there now. And you also mentioned the strains and the negotiated agreement around the working hours for prison officers. When was that undertaken, given that it should be what is the accorded norm among the public sector of the 37 hours? When was that offer made?
That was made in 2012. Prison officers in Northern Ireland was to be on a 37-hour week commencing the 1st of April 2014.
And can you give us an idea of why that hasn't moved since that?
Well, they said they could, for a start off, Patsy, they said they couldn't afford it. Right? Even though they had drew the agreement for us taking fully part in the reform of the prison service, and actually says in that document, if we had implemented all the things, then we would be on a 37-hour week. We have implemented everything that document, and we agreed it. We've done everything, but they didn't come forward with a payment. I've asked them about it. In fact, it's coming up now in review talks we're going to have about it in relation to the pay of prison officers. But they said they couldn't afford it.
How many hours? What is the standard working week for a prison officer?
It's a 37-hour week. Sorry, 39-hour week.
39-hour week, so 2 hours, right?
Yeah.
Then, I just want to, because I'm unclear about this, you mentioned people working 10 days on the job.
Yes.
Is that 10 consequential days, 10 days on their own?
Yeah. The way the shift patterns,
how that works.
the way the shift patterns are designed, it's maybe 10 days, which is spread over 2 weeks, but it's 10 days in a trot.
Aye.
We, as prison officers, are conditioned to work a 39-hour week,
Yes.
but because of these shift patterns, you might work this week. You might work, say, 30 hours. Next week, you could make up the difference and make 48 hours. But you could be on a rota for 10 days on a trot. You could be working from 8 o'clock to 5 or 10 o'clock to 4. But some of the shifts are long days. You could be starting at 6:30 in the morning, not finishing till 9 o'clock at night.
Right.
And you could do one and then miss one and do another one. So this is a shift pattern they brought in from this place in England that's been operated by prison officers across there.
Aye, that's been operated over there. And just on that point too, the private contractors for this work, for the training, is this supposed to be training people up? Is it these private contractors you mentioned earlier?
No, they brought in private contractors to profile the Northern Ireland Prison Service.
Yes.
And it was these contractors who produced this profile from a shift pattern they already had implemented across the water.
Maybe I picked up wrong there, Finlay. Are there all private firms brought in to train and skill people?
No.
All right, I picked that up wrong then, sorry. Now, also, there's issues around, the report referred to learning skills deficiencies, and the fact that the report also refers to resettlement, that there should be a robust analysis of the prison population to meet the needs of that prison population, which is clearly bringing us down the skills route and also the resettlement of offenders. You know much better than me what that's all about. But I find it really bizarre that the capacity that you have in the prison, the space, the resource is another thing, but the space has been taken up by other stuff now.
Yeah. As Ivor pointed out, they moved the stores onto the old trades, then the trades were moved on to Maghaberry. That took away workshops that prisoners would have used. But coming back to the learning and skills, I mean, we had far more learning and skills taking place in prisons before the reform of the prison service come about, because it was all done by officers. It's now done by outside bodies like Western Education and Library, right?
Okay.
So therefore, there's far less opportunity for prisoners to have learning and skills outside their cells.
Well, just
no
explain to me
accommodation.
why that, no, that's what I mean. Yes, no accommodation there.
No,
which is referred to. That's bound to have an impact upon the learning skills and the potentials within the prison. Now, also the report also refers to, in terms of resettlement, that there should be a robust analysis of the prison population to meet those needs as well. How do you feel about that? That particular issue?
Well,
That's a requirement as well.
yeah, well, Pat, I raised this issue quite a number of years ago, in fact, before ever
Yes.
the Justice Committee was set up. I don't believe we have ever treated prisoners right in the Northern Ireland Prison Service, because the whole concentration years ago was about, as the terminology in those days, special category prisoners. And I've always said, the ODC, as we call them, in those days, they were always ignored. And it hasn't got any better. In my view, and I've been around 40 years, it hasn't got any better. Although people will tell you, yes, it's tremendous, and because of particular projects. But I don't think we do enough for prisoners in terms of education. I mean, I talked quite a number of years ago about they used to sew socks and that type of thing, and I always made the case, look, the prisoners would be better involved in education, but nobody wanted to listen in those days. And I don't think we do enough for prisoners in terms of education. Take, for example, McGilligan Prison. There's too many prisoners and there's no spaces for them.
Yes.
They do nothing, you know. And I mean, I'm sure, in my experience, when you're even working in prisons and you're hanging about doing nothing, that's the most soul-destroying job you could do in the world. You need to keep yourself active. And I think there's nothing better than working with prisoners and trying to make life better for them and making them a better citizen as they go out. And that's my view of always as a prison officer.
And picking up on that theme, earlier today I visited, and you probably know it anyway, it's one of the facilities in town here run by Extern for Category 3, high-risk prisoners, and how they are moved into the community out on licence. Now, I'm not asking you to get into the budgetary arguments and all that, but I'm thinking through in my own mind the consequences of their core funding being removed and that block not being there to facilitate and to integrate people and to support people in their transition from prison back out into the community. And here I'm thinking there's only two outcomes to that if that service is removed or no longer funded. It's either people are dumped out onto the street, high-risk offenders in many cases, with their increased risk of re-offence, or they're retained back in prison longer and not allowed out in licence. Now, can you give me a perspective as to how that might affect the prisons under pressure already?
Well, I think it's a good job we can get these prisoners out into the community.
Yes.
And it takes the pressure off the staff. But if that funding's removed, then that puts added pressure back on the staff, bearing in mind that the staffing level's just not there. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I accept and acknowledge that we're living in different times and the finance is not available. But I said at the outset that we would sign up to the prison service reform. But I think it's got out of hand. And I mean, the budgets has been cut. I mean, our budget was cut by 25 million alone. That's a lot of money. 30 million. That's a lot of money. We can't be expected then to run the same regime that we were running before they took the 30 million off us. It's just impossible. But anything that you remove for the funding from offenders, it puts them back in prison. They're lying about prisons, they're doing nothing, and that adds added pressure to the establishment and for the staff that works there. Bearing in mind the staffing levels have already been reduced.
Okay, thank you for that. There was something else, but it'll come back to me in a minute or two, Chair. There was one other thing, but it's
just in terms of you mentioned about the ODC and how it's nothing new that in Northern Ireland prisons a lot of the attention is drawn towards the separated prisoners, and that's something that's come out in the report that Roe and Bush are drawing resources away from the rest of the prison. And it used to be the case that staff were assigned to a particular building, and that if there were sickness rates or whatever else, that would only impact that building. When did that change, that suddenly staff could be pulled away from Earn House or somewhere like that towards Roe and Bush?
The fresh start agreement.
yes.
With the fresh start agreement, that each department would consume its own smoke.
Yes.
So as that it meant that you were working within a group that group had its own comfort zone.
Yeah.
And we have now went back, or we have reverted to the central detailing office, that each morning there's figures are put in where we're short, and staff block one area and put to an area so as that we can maintain some sort of a regime that we can get the prisoners out of their cells and continue, as I say, with a routine.
And is that something you would be supportive of? You think that system works better? It strikes me if you're working with lower numbers, the prisoners who actually want to get involved in rehabilitation, some of the other prisoners don't think they've done anything wrong, so they're not going to engage in rehabilitation. If the others who want to actually try to do something relatively constructive aren't able to get out because their area has got fewer prison officers, so they can't be released because the more problematic prisoners are drawing resources. I just wondered, do you think it works that?
The big problem, Alistair, even though the resources are now being spared at the prison, because prison staff are now reaching burnout and have reached burnout, if you take it last year, we had in excess of 60 medical retirements out of the prison service. The greatest majority of those with mental burnout. We've now brought in new staff. I have staff travelling from the northwest. Young mother having to leave the house at 5:30 in the morning to be in Maghaberry prison and changed and on the landing at 7:30. That's a girl, 23, 24, with just at the tail end of her maternity and coming into work. They can't sustain it, and that's possibly coming in, as we were saying about the shift patterns, that's possibly coming in for a 6-hour shift. There's my shift pattern. I have 21 different shifts on that. That's what I have. And some of the shifts starting at 11:15, starting at 7 o'clock in the morning, starting at 7:30 in the morning, finishing at different times, different meal breaks. And the shift pattern does not fit the needs of the jail. The jail, and this was paramount, what this shift pattern was all about was to get the prison officer through the gate 5 days a week. Nothing else. Get them in 5 days a week. It didn't matter about the prisoner that we were looking after or trying to rehabilitate. Get them in there 5 days a week, but you have to bring them in for a shorter shift or a more upward shift. And that's where we are.
He's remembered his question.
Chair, I managed to read my own writing here, yes, because the issue of the alarm being pressed and nobody coming, could you explain to me just under what circumstances an alarm is pressed and what should happen under normal circumstances?
When an alarm is hit, if a member of staff or a prisoner thinks that they're under duress, there are strategically placed around the landings and in the prison the red buttons.
Right.
When the red button is pressed, it gives an indication of which area that alarm has taken place in. So what that means is that that area of the house, the prisoners, or that house that takes place, is locked, and staff then respond after they have their own clientele locked. They then respond to help their colleagues in another part of the house.
Okay. That's grand. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Oh.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation. And again, goes without saying that I have the utmost respect for prison officers and staff and the work that they do, which is at most times very dangerous and at all times very stressful. So I have the utmost respect. I must say it does fill me with frustration that when we have such a comprehensive, damning report in CJINI, and I'm saying this the kindest way I can, the organisation isn't using it probably the way it should. Now, I know that you're frustrated. I know that you've probably seen reports and reports are probably coming out of your ears. But that report is something that you could use to enforce your arguments, which are repeated every time you come here. And can I just say, very well, repeat it very well every time you're here. But this report is such a damning report in detail that it can be used effectively, I believe, to effect change. And one thing I am sure, if this report isn't used, there will be no change. And that's, I think, the Justice Committee here, we're armed and we're ready to use this report to try and help everyone with regards to this mess, sort the mess out and to make everything better, or everything better than it is. And you have a massive part to play in this, or you, at least you should have. But that report, I'm just going to pick a section of it.
If I could just answer that point you're making, I acknowledge what you're saying, but if you've been around as long as I've been around and dealing with reports, and I mean, the prison service management previously, I would have got the report of it. This outfit don't give you anything. And I didn't read it for that simple reason. Yes, I know it's in the public domain, but they had an obligation, and that doesn't take away from the fact that I do know what's going on in Maghaberry. But, you know, when you talk about this report, you're going to use it. Look, if I could say this to you, whether you want to take it aboard or not, it doesn't matter what you do. There's 2 or 3 things that needs to happen to the prison service, and that is we need the amount of staff that we're promised alone. We haven't got that. I mean, Maghaberry's running at 97 short, plus on top of that, there's something like nearly 100 in the sick. Well, can you imagine trying to run any organisation or any team with that amount of staff short? And here's the reality. Everybody wants to blame Alan Longwell. And I have no doubt I haven't read that report. But they blamed Alan Longwell. The reality is, Alan Longwell was the governor of Maghaberry. Alan Longwell was starved with resources. Why was Maghaberry allowed to run down 97 staff short, plus added to that the level of sick was around 9? So there was 180 staff short. How could anybody ever hope to run? And you have to ask the question, why? And there's only 2 or 3 things that the Justice Committee, we need to get more prison officers. We need to get prison officers decently paid for the job that they do. That will help to solve the prison service short-term problem. The long-term, we need better training. And that's, you know, but as I say, that's the reason I did in the report. There was no point. When even the management couldn't bother themselves to send us a report or even talk to us about it.
I asked you at the beginning about the training, and you said you thought the training was fine.
Yes, the training.
I'm confused. I'm just
sorry.
confused about what training you're talking. If you said it was fine, now you're saying we need better training. Look, we're talking about 2 different.
Right, Jonathan. I've always argued here about prison officers had very little training. I mean, you're very lucky you done 8 weeks at the college, and you might have been back to the college, and so maybe 6, 8 years later. We'll give you an example. When the CPOs joined the prison service, paid at £18,000 a year, they believed that they were going to spend time at their university out at Jordanstown. Right. That's never happened. They cut that away from them. So being a prison officer today is all about communication. It's all about relationships. And quite a lot of these fellas and girls that's come in needs to learn about relationships and stuff. And they go to the college for 8 weeks. That's adequate training for basics, and that's the point I'm making. Right. But in terms of the long-term strategy, we need a better grounding. You need an understanding of people. And these fellas and girls that joined, there were so many promises made. They would go to university. They've never been near university. Yes, they do a competence certificate at the end of the year. That's marked by the university. I mean, the agreement they had with us, it said that the new CPO will spend time at university, and some of the training will be done remotely. Well, most of the fellows and girls have no difficulty doing some training on their own time. But we need to understand people, and we need that that's the type of training. The basic training is okay, but we need to extend it. So those are the 3 things that the Justice can get the CPO. We need the numbers up, they need reasonable pay, and we need additional training. Sorry for...
No, you're okay. Finlay, you're absolutely okay. Paragraph S4 states in the report Staff supervision in some of these areas was inadequate. Individual staff had been subjected to some serious and credible threats. Some staff told us they were concerned about their own safety in the main prison. Assaults on prisoners and staff had increased significantly since our previous inspection in 2012. The anti-bullying policy was not sufficiently effective and data analysis was inadequate, as was the monitoring and investigation of bullying. The absence of data on unexplained injuries was notable. Management structures did not ensure that prisoners were kept safe or that a constructive regime operated. Some prisoners at risk were identified and received support. That is only one paragraph of a very damning report, which you and your organisation could use to effect change. Now, I know you're frustrated, and I know it can't all come down to staff. Now, the first line of that says some supervision in some of these areas was inadequate. Can you tell me in what areas it's inadequate? Is it the case? Is it as stark as ODC to special category?
No, I don't think it is. I think the reality is they cut the overall numbers of prison officers. Yes, they've kept the number up on the dissident wings, with want of a better expression, but they cut the numbers on ODC wings. So that's where they're taking their savings out of by reducing staff. But in those wings, they can't reduce them, to be fair. They can, but they took it out on the ODC wings. But the reality is you cannot go from 4 officers supervising 50 prisoners to 2 officers. It just doesn't work. Common sense would tell you that, you know.
I have a constituent who's been in Maghaberry for a long time, since he was a teenager. Very serious crime, and has paid, done his time. That young bloke, now, he's not so young now, is due to get out in a couple of months. He tried to take his own life last weekend. And that was down to bullying in the prison. I don't think there's one person in this committee who doesn't take this seriously and want to effect change, but we need help. It can't just be staff. You know, is it just? Do we throw people at bodies at this problem? And will that solve it, or is there more underlying issues underneath?
I think there are underlying issues in relation to these new custody prison officers, and they were so pumped up, and they'd done such a great campaign about how wonderful the job was as a prison officer. But when these young fellas and girls hit them, they found the reality is, because here's what happened: they let 600 and some odd old prison officers. There was nobody there to support them, so therefore they were flashing. They hadn't a clue, and they didn't realise that it wasn't. They realised too late it wasn't a job for them. But they were offering. You can't cut somebody's salary. Doing a grade, you're paying them 38,000, and cut a fellow girl at 18,000 and expect. You just can't. You know.
In March 2012, somewhere similar to the inspection, in Maghaberry alone there was 104 prisoner and prisoner assaults. Mm-hmm. In March 2009, there was 26. Mm-hmm. A massive increase from 2009 to 2012. 2014, March 2014, and this was yearly figures. That figure from April 11 to March 12, which was 104, that rose in 2 years to 142. Mm-hmm. We've heard today that the panic button, I think it was in our term, was used. Yes. The panic button for staff was hit in December 122 times. 1 month, hit 122 times. And people don't hit that button. Trained people don't hit that button unless they believe there's a real threat, and present threat to danger.
But here's the problem, and Ivor alluded to it. I believe the Northern Ireland Prison Service management, besides the figures over assaults, because I've raised this issue pretty often at the department when we're having meetings. And Paul Cockwell, who was then the Director of Operations, he was us going down, but that's not the reality that we were getting. And he was using statistics. Statistics can tell you what they wanted to, but the reality, it wasn't going down. But that's what the Northern Ireland Prison Service Management have been trotting out. And they'll even tell you today that things has got better.
Yeah, and they do, and they've told us even since the report came out that things have got better, of course, but we're not seeing any evidence. But if they are massaging the figures, they're not doing a very good job of it, because they are going up incredibly. Now, we only have to March April 13 to March 14 of that year period. We don't know. I don't know that we have them now for this year, from March 2015. You wouldn't have that information from April 14 to March 15. No.
No.
I would imagine that
you wouldn't get them.
I would imagine that it's higher. So, explain to us again, because you talked, Ivor, you talked about what was the assault, and somebody being something been thrown, a substance been thrown over you. Isn't an assault?
No.
Can you explain to me what is an assault in the prison service?
If you take my last staff that were damaged in December, this is what the prison service classifies as an assault. Female losing her teeth.
Right.
Prison officer with 6 sutures in his face. Anything other than that there, they don't want to recognise it as an assault.
So if you, as a prison office official, prison staff member, gets grabbed round the throat, that is not assault?
Not if Mr. Cockwell has had his way.
If a prisoner is punched in the face, that's not an assault?
A prisoner and a prison officer, whenever they're working with behind the grey wall, they're classified as the same. So they are.
So someone comes up and punches somebody in the face?
There has to be, the big problem with it is, if it's a prisoner that's assaulted, there has to be a witness to say he was assaulted. And where we are now, there's no one there to do witness, because there are no staff down those landings to do a witness. The governor that was in Maghaberry prison before he was removed put out an order that when a cell door was opened, there were to be 2 prison staff at that cell door. I have staff in Maghaberry prison that are opening cell doors on their own, and one of the, if it's possibly a female, will be raped, will be pulled into a cell and will be raped. That's the reality of what we're dealing with. Our staff are under immense pressure to run a regime, and they are running a regime to the best of their ability. If a prisoner is happy and getting what he's entitled to, everything runs hunky-dory. We had a fire in Maghaberry prison last year, with which 6 prisoners held Maghaberry prison to ransom. What you've got to remember is, it was a minor fire. It only cost in excess of £300,000. That's a minor fire, or a minor incident in the eyes of our director at the moment. I would hate to see it whenever we really hurt.
Just when you raise the issue of the fire, were there enough officers on duty that day in order to go in and...
We had enough officers on duty that day to go in.
And the governor in the prison would have been happy for the prison officers to go in?
Yes.
So the reason that they didn't go in to de-escalate the situation and to reduce the amount of money that was spent, whose decision was it that they couldn't go in?
That has to come from Gold Command.
It would be the Director General?
Whoever was sitting in Gold Command on that particular day. The same as the day where I had a member of staff was trapped outside the main gates of Maghaberry prison. We're talking about assaults, we're talking about everything else. Because that happened outside the main gates of Maghaberry prison, that's nothing whatsoever to do with the prison. Not to do with the prison.
So in a situation such as the fire, where people are at risk, where the officers are there ready to go in and take care of the situation, reduce the cost,
yes,
protect lives, where the prison, the hierarchy within the prison want to go in and do it, the reason they couldn't do that and the reason we have such a huge amount of damage to that area is because the Director General refused to sign off on them going in for a period of time.
The person in charge of Gold Command.
Can I just ask on that? Why would it have to be referred up? Why do people
When an incident takes place, when a major incident takes place within the prison, there is a command structure set up. We have bronze, we have silver, we have gold. Gold Command is run from Prison Service Headquarters. And everything from bronze, silver, gold goes through Gold Command.
Yeah, but it strikes me there's enough people there. You've said they deal with it. I mean, I can't understand why it was referred upstairs, because there are people saying it perhaps suited the purpose they put it upstairs, and then it would be a major incident.
That is the standard operating procedure for an incident.
Has that always been the case?
Always been the case.
Sorry, can I? With regards to the design of the prison, obviously that has a massive impact. Would a new high security facility and visitors area in the prison help cure the issue?
If we revert back to Victorian prisons, Victorian prisons were designed around a hub. We have reverted back to that design of a prison again. Observation, part and parcel of when our ship deployment agreement came in, there were supposed to be improvements, physical improvements made to camera coverage and the relaying of camera footage back to a central control room. That was never done. That was the removal of one member of staff out of the pods. There was always 2 members of staff in those pods, and part and parcel of what Finlay had agreed, that to reduce those members of staff by 1, that there would be physical improvements made. They haven't been done.
Phil Ragg told us here, new Governor, told us that daily sickness absence had dropped by over 1/3 since he took over. You've said here today that those figures are massaged.
It wouldn't have the daily figure.
The figures. Well, hold on now. The figures today are Tuesday. Hold on. The figures on Tuesday, the 12th of the 1st, 16, were 57 staff and sick. That didn't take into account the number of staff on working in non-profile posts. That didn't take, if you forward or take that backwards to the reprofiling, where 30 prison officers went off the books due to reprofiling. That doesn't take into account staff that are on maternity leave. It doesn't take on to staff that are, as I said, that are on phased returns. Phased returns, they might be working 1 day a week, 2 days a week, 3 days a week. That does not take any consideration of those staff. That there is the figure. You can put that figure forward any day of the week, 57 staff, but whenever you massage the figures or whenever you delve into the figures, that's not there.
And last question, Jeff, how do you feel that voluntary exit scheme will affect prison service?
Well, on the voluntary exit scheme, when this came about, because they were going to reduce the civil service by the figures, we were told at that stage that the prison service wouldn't be touched. We already had done a redundancy. We had allowed 600 or so staff. We were told by headquarters that there would be no prison officers going. Then it came back, they decided, the civil service decided that they would include prison officers. And I'll tell you how stupid they are. These young recruits who were coming in maybe 2-3 years, they were offering them redundancy so they could leave. Then they had to go out and recruit their replacement. And even people that are a number of years letting them go, they're going out and recruiting their replacement. So how's that saving the public purse? It's crazy. So if you're a young officer in the job a couple of years, you could have went out under the VARE scheme, got a couple of grand in your pocket, and away you went. But then the prison service had to go out and recruit your replacement. They now tell me that they're not going to let the CPO grade go on to the bear scheme, but they will let the older hands who's earning the bigger salary, well, okay, you can understand they can maybe recruit less than they're paying out at the moment. But they were actually letting the young ones leave and give them a lump of money and then go and recruit their replacement. And that was the civil service done that, not the prison service management. They had to step in and say, look, we're not allowing any more CPOs go.
Okay, thank you.
Stuart?
Thank you, Chair. It's been a fairly lengthy session, but I think, like some others around the table, I too would have to express some concern at the Professional Prison Officers Trade Union not reading a report about one of the most important places that you have your members. I mean, do your members really think that you're delivering a professional service by not reading a report which affects their daily working lives?
Well, I think I have enough knowledge of how the report, the detailed report. I'm here today with you. You said you wanted to talk about Maghaberry. I've brought Mr. Dunn here, who works in Maghaberry, knows more on the day-to-day running on Maghaberry. I deal with quite a lot of things, and some of you need to ask the members. But I mean, I didn't come here today. I wasn't told I was going to talk about the Maghaberry report. I was invited here today to talk about Maghaberry, not the Maghaberry report, and I'm quite confident that I have enough knowledge of the report and what's been going on. But what I'm trying to get across, and you were there, Stuart, you have been here time and time again, and I've tried to get across to you people. You've brought in a lot of people from England, from Noms, and you've bought a pig in a poke because they've brought in a system. And you were party to that because it was your Minister of Justice who actually endorsed that report. So therefore, I'm quite confident that as a professional prison officer, I can represent my members 110%.
But you're also representing prison officers who presumably have done and gone online and actually read the report.
Well, I don't know how many people went online.
You know, the report, for example, one of the areas we were talking about was in relation to staff-prisoner relationships. I think you both said that those were very, very important areas. But if you read the report, it tells us that prisoners' confidence in staff-prisoner relationship has dropped or has risen, or their lack of confidence in prison officers has risen from 73% to 81%. It also tells us that most interactions between prisoners and staff were respectful, but that they were initiated by prisoners, and that they rarely saw prison officers start a conversation with a prisoner. Now, those are your members. Why is it that your members aren't starting conversations with prisoners, and why is it that this report is telling us that it's predominantly prisoners who are having to start conversations?
For a start off, Stuart, I am not responsible for every individual member of the Northern Ireland Prison Service or members of the Prison Officers Association personality. I can't guide their personality. But I mean, I have, even here today, I've always said that the relationship between an officer and a prisoner was important. In fact, I just talked there earlier on about the training and respect of the new CPOs. It's not about relationships and stuff like that. They don't get any training on that. And I have often flagged it up that this training is important in relation to relationship. But I can't account for every prison officer who decides not to his own personality. But I certainly would encourage everybody to strike up a relationship with the person they're looking after.
But
so what's that got to do with me?
A basic tenet of the prisoner-prison officer relationship is that prisoners are treated with respect by staff throughout the duration of the time of their custody, and they're encouraged to take responsibility for their own actions and decisions. And yet the report is telling us that situation has got worse.
But what has that got to do with me as chairman of the Prison Officers Association? Let me first of all say, I don't represent prisoners. Yes, I say they should be treated with respect. I've never, ever deviated from that. But I mean, what has that got to do with me?
Well, it's got to do with you in the sense that these are your members, and if you read the report, then the report in other places tells us that your members are demotivated, that they don't. You tell us that they don't think that they've been adequately trained. Surely these are issues which you should be taking up with the management.
But I've just said it. I've often taken these issues up with management, but we've got a management in Northern Ireland Prison Service now who don't listen, because the new Department of Justice, the Minister, view is that we should be consulted as little as possible, and that has fed down. Well, that's what's coming across to me. I mean, that's why they didn't even talk to us about this report that came out. I would have thought that the management of the Northern Ireland Prison Service and the Minister would have made sure that we were involved and we could have done something about it. But we are closed out. And that's a very difficult thing to me, because I've fought on behalf of prison officers all my career, this last 38, 39 years, to find that the management structure that takes place in the prison service now, we are excluded. So what can I do about it?
What else do you not read? If you're telling us from a serious perspective, you don't read this report.
I don't read The Sun anyway.
We share a common interest there. Neither of us read The Sun.
That's good.
I think, to be fair, not many read The Sun. Most bad for the pictures, apparently.
I mean, the reality is that in order to interact with a report like this, and I share your frustration, and I know what you've been and done through all of the years, not just in terms of security and the tragedies that have happened to your members, but also the difficult times there are in working with a public sector management. That I understand. But the reality is, unless you engage with a report like this, the senior management are going to come here, or the Ombudsman is going to come here, and he's going to say on the whatever X number of points that are here, and management were here recently and they told us that they're starting to meet all of these targets, they've taken all of these actions to do all of these things, and the Ombudsman will come back and undoubtedly he will be telling us that he sees progress and many of these things done. And if you and your union members are not interacting with that, how can we get the whole picture?
Well,
You mean that the inspector rather than the Ombudsman will be?
I've just come here today to talk about Maghaberry. I explained to you what's going on. I predicted here in the front of the Justice Committee many years ago what was actually going to happen, the outcome of it. I brought Ivory here, who works in Maghaberry. He has much more knowledge. Believe it or believe it not, I know there's a lot of things going on in prisoners that I may be chairman of the association. I don't know anything about it. You know, that's why I brought Mr. Dunn here, so that he could answer you, so that you were up to date. So the Prison Officers Association, a professional body that represents prison officers, we came here today to make you aware, and I brought the person with it that's most qualified to speak on behalf of Maghaberry. And I am.
Stuart, if I can cut in there. We've already stated that we do not have the staff down the landings in the morning or any time now. Whenever we open...
The number, just to interrupt you, the numbers compared with this time last year and today are actually, the reduction in staff is tiny. It's only 30. You had 642, what I think the prison service called disciplined staff available at Maghaberry this time last year, and it's only reduced to 612.
Well, I can tell you that in a square house landing, what we have. The other thing what I'm going to say to you is that when one of the members of staff or two members of staff, they unlock the prisoner in the morning, they take his meal, they ask has he any complaints, and does he need to, and the medical thing is now confidential. We were saying earlier on about prison staff on the ground making decisions. If there's a part and parcel of whenever you first engage with that prisoner in the morning, that there is something of importance that you need to continue to engage with, you will do it. The one thing that you have to remember throughout all of this process, you will remember the person who brings you your breakfast every morning. You'll not remember the person who arrested you.
No. But paragraph 217 of the report tells us specifically in relation to the square houses you make reference to, that in residential areas, especially in the square houses, staff appear distant. We observed no interaction between prisoners and staff members during the evening association, and staff are usually located in the house offices. This meant it was hard, if not impossible, for staff to maintain and develop mutually supportive relationships with prisoners.
That's what we've been trying to explain to you, Stuart. Prison officers don't feel competent to engage with prisoners because there's none of them. And they can't engage in conversation because, you know, when you work in a jail, well, if you let me explain, you work in a prison, that's the biggest ploy that ever happened. If you're going to get two officers, the prisoners will engage you in conversation while something else is going on. So the prisoner has to switch off and he can't have the conversation. I mean, can I just ask you the figure you quoted to Ivor there about Gabri's, what do you say was short?
612 disciplined staff available today.
Yeah, but what you said it's only down in a year.
642.
Well, it must be different than the figures I have here, and I'll quote them. From the 1st of October 2015, prison officers in Maghaberry short is 70. In Maghaberry alone. Well, that's their own figures, not mine.
Well, the figures which they supplied to me were that in...
They must have massaged them again.
In May 2000, it may well have been, but in May 2015, total disciplined staff was 642, and in January it's 614. That's only a reduction of 30.
No, it doesn't sound right. Well, there's actual figures there, and I mean, you can have a copy of it.
Will we get a copy of that for everybody and then compare the two?
I have them here.
Okay.
Being short 70 and them figures they're not contradictory.
No.
You could have 612 and still be 70 short.
Yeah.
That's just factual numbers.
Yeah.
Yes, but you could also presumably have 612 who are technically employed but are not present for any particular reason, and that's the point you're making. Absences.
But I think equally well that the inspector in his report in paragraph 217 would have not written what they said in respect of staff in square houses if there had been a shortage of staff. It is. I assume that paragraph 217 is on the basis that it is adequately staffed.
It just demonstrates that the inspectors are not always right.
Okay.
Because there's the reality. Prison officers, if there's only one or two on a lantern, they'll not get themselves bogged down with a conversation.
No.
That's different when you get four officers about. Yes, you can talk because you have always observations. But that's probably one of the reasons for it.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, then maybe that's a question which should be asked the inspector, because certainly the paragraph would appear to be written on the basis of full staffing. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Stuart. Sean?
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick point, Finlay. Is it not difficult to be critical and be part of the solution if you haven't read the report? To me, is it not a good example of a culture of resistance to change?
By the way, Sean, I'm not critical of the report because I didn't read it.
Yeah.
So therefore I don't know. I'm only going from, I'm talking in general terms in the prison service in general.
Yeah.
From the I don't know, so I can't criticise the report because I didn't read it. So I'm not criticising the report by any stretch of imagination.
Do you not think the report would come up here today because it's outlined oral evidence from yourselves
in relation to Maghaberry?
Yes. On the,
I mean, I'm not making excuses. I have enough knowledge about Maghaberry, but I don't have a specific knowledge or what recommendations was made by the report because I didn't read it.
But if you want to be part of the solution, surely you should have read the report.
Well, I'm not entirely convinced that the POA wants to be part of the solution because we were singled out as part of the problem. So we conscientiously made a decision that management should get on and manage the Northern Ireland Prison Service. So I'm not particularly interested. As I said, Sean, I represent prison officers. I don't represent prisoners. But however, we should treat prisoners with dignity and respect. And in terms of the report, as I say, I didn't read it and didn't read it for that basis.
And just finally, what is the relationship between yourselves and the prison governors at this current moment?
We have always a good relationship with prison governors, always have.
Sammy?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. Come back to the report. Next time we meet you in Finley, will you have read the report?
Well, I've read it.
Yeah.
No, I haven't read it.
So will you?
Well, I'll certainly make it my business, and I'll not be going online and I'll be asking the prison service, why did I not get the report? But I'll certainly read it, and the next time I come back, then I'll know more about it.
We'll do a pop quiz.
Can I ask I have a question? During discussions that we had with the prison, Northern Ireland Prison Service, we talked about the problems of prisoners being in their cells far too long. That causes problems for them, causes problems for your officers and that as well. And there certainly was acknowledgement, and also they have been saying that there were improvements in terms of lockdown. I mean, I've been up at the Maghaberry a number of times, spoken to prisoners, spoken to prison officers as well. And the problem of not enough prison officers to look after prisoners, so they had to lockdown. We all understand that. But they said that it was improving. But you're saying today there still is a problem about lockdown?
There's still a problem of restricted regimes. So we still if we haven't got the feet on the ground, we have to run a restricted regime. And what you've got to remember, the key to all of this is safe, decent and secure. And that is what Finley, myself, the POA, that is what we have to strive towards. And putting extra staff, extra resources, and keeping extra resources at Maghaberry Prison. It's not throwing it at them now. If I can just... Mrs McAllister must be extremely worried about the next inspection down at the YOC, where she's the Deputy Governor walking around with the inspectors to see where they're going wrong. So does that not tell you something?
That's my question. Thank you, Chair.
I'll say it very short.
Very briefly, I think correctly, Mr. Dunn, earlier on there, you referred to the fact that a member of staff will be raped.
Yes. Because
of the circumstances on the landing, and because of an individual, it could be a female member of staff. Now, I just want to talk you through that. First of all, that's very worrying for a start. Yes. But secondly, would there be a situation, or who makes the call, I should add, for female, but it may not be female, on their own going to open up for a high-risk sexual, violent, predatory offender? Who makes that call? Because you could argue that nobody should be placed in that position on their own, particularly somebody who could be less able to defend themselves from a threat like that.
If you remember, I also said that there's a governor's order.
Yes.
There has to be 2 members of staff for a door to be opened.
Yes.
The other thing, what I will tell you is that we brought in a new radio system a few years ago.
Yes.
Whenever we had another governor that came across from the mainland. And this new radio system was supposed to be all singing, all dancing. It had enough technology to take you to the moon and back. We had a member of staff that pressed the button on that alarm, and for 9 minutes no one responded because it didn't work. And she was stuck in a medical room with a prisoner for 9 minutes and no one came to help her. And the other thing that I will say, because you've hit a very raw nerve here, that you see, out of everyone, you know the only people that didn't inquire about that female officer's health was the management of the Northern Ireland Prison Service. Everyone round this table here, and I'm pointing round the table, inquired about her health, but not the Northern Ireland Prison Service management.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
That's not good. So, to take me back just to get a clear answer, and thank you for that, but the circumstances under which, and you referred to the medical situation, but the circumstances under which we are saying 2 officers at all times to open up,
yes.
The circumstances under which a solitary member of staff would be in that situation where there's that level of jeopardy
Yes.
or risk. Could you elaborate as to what those might be presently?
Member of staff, we have a wing opened, and a member of staff could be asked to go down the wing to help me write a letter. I'm not very sure of how to fill in the visit booking here, and they go down the landing on their own. What you've got to remember is there's now no one covering for that person. They're going down that landing on their own, and there's no one knows where they've went.
Right.
That's where we are.
Right, thank you for that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. It's been a lengthy session, but appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're all doesn't it?
Ran out of time.
Bearing themselves.
Move on then to agenda item 5, which is oral evidence from the Prison Governors Association. So, if gentlemen, you want to take a seat?
No, I don't.
Thanks very much. And members, you'll find the relevant papers at page 27 of your packs. So, just as they're taking their seat, can I welcome John Tard from the National Office and NEC Members of London, Gary Alcock, Chair of the PGA Northern Ireland, and Colin Ward, Treasurer, as well. Gentlemen, you're very welcome. Before we begin, have you all read the CJINI report?
We made sure we had. Long before then, by the way, Chair.
You would probably have had time to read it, didn't you?
No, I've read it that many times, I think I've lived it.
That is
You
really
if you read The Sun?
No, I don't read the Sun.
Okay, well, look, if you want to take 5 or 10 minutes, if you've got any comments to make, and then again we'll open up the questions, so whenever you're ready.
Thank you to the Chair, Deputy Chair and Committee members for the invitation to the PGA. As you can see, my name is Gary Alcock. I'm Chairman of the Prison Governors Association for Northern Ireland, which represents almost 100% of all governors in the Northern Ireland Prison Service. Thank you for the offer of the opening statement. My friend and colleague John will read out a prepared statement.
Good afternoon. PGA welcomes the report, if for no other reason that it highlights some of the critical issues the prison was facing, and it has resulted in the commencement of recruitment and additional resources, something the previous governor petitioned for on numerous occasions during his 11-month tenure. You've heard from a number of individuals, many of whom are seen as experts in their field, and all have expressed their opinion as to what the problems at the prison were. However, up until today, you had not heard from the most compelling witnesses, those who actually worked in the prison and those who currently work there. The previous governor and deputy governor, as you will be aware, have been publicly singled out and criticised, and local management has also been criticised. What the committee may not be aware of is that it was the whole of the Maghaberry senior management team who were transferred out, except one, and that includes the governor who was responsible for the resettlement function, which scored well in the report. The headlines I'd like to open with are these. The then governor and DEP took up post in June 2014, and the prison's budget had been reduced by approximately £4 million from the year before. Staffing levels were already approximately 100 short, and at the time of the inspection, around 200 staff short. And the PGA also gave early warning signs at this Justice Committee in March 2014 that cutting resources may do damage to regimes and staffing levels, which will lead to issues down the line. This committee may well be of the opinion that as a trade union, our aim will be to divert the finger of responsibility away from our members. That's not an unreasonable assumption to make, but the PGA is also a professional body, and we can present evidence of contemporaneous records and notes made prior to the inspection that highlights many of the issues referred to in the inspection report. These records are made up of staff appraisals, letters, emails and personal journals, and are compelling in their content. The sheer breadth of evidence which can be produced is staggering, and it is paradoxically evidence not of a failing management team, but of a decent, experienced and committed team who's pleased for support and warnings of things to come when unanswered. What we will present today is not an opinion, but it is fact based on evidence. I am mindful of the limited time available, and I will keep this as short as necessary, focusing on one key element of the criticism of Maghaberry, and that of the performance of the Governor and the Deputy Governor. I would not wish to delay this committee from asking any questions, but would ask for just a little indulgence in addressing this particular point. This is imperative, as the criticisms and observations made in the other key areas of the prison, beyond that of local management's performance, will take on a new perspective when a light is shone on this issue. Now, in regards to the inspection report, the Chief Inspector described the conditions at Maghaberry as Dickensian. Why did he do this when other prisons that had fared worse were not described using such emotive terms? Is it because those other inspections have not been quite as bad? The evidence of that, sadly, would suggest not. The reason I would suggest for this sudden use of such terminology is that it is more likely to attract media coverage than would be the case by simply repeating that there is another failing prison. The more sensational a report, the more likely it is to receive attention, and the more attention a report gets, the more likely something will be done about it. That is indeed what happened at Maghaberry. Now, this tactic, some might say, is not necessarily a bad thing if it results in the achievement of our joint aims, a safe, decent and secure prison. However, it does become a bad thing if it results in those unable to defend themselves being condemned for failures outside of their control, and more importantly, a missed opportunity for lessons to be learned. I'm going to read out some reported headlines now. Most prisoners feeling unsafe, inmates said drugs were easily available, levels of violence were high, increased use of forced adjudications, acute staff shortages due to levels of sickness and recruitment problems, prisoners dissatisfied with healthcare provision, and a failure of management and leadership. No, I'm not referring to the Maghaberry report, but the headlines of a report into a prison in England which took place in February 2014, just a few months before Maghaberry's inspection, and whose overall assessment was lower than Maghaberry's. Maghaberry, as you know, scored 3 1s and a 3 for resettlement, with 4 being the highest mark. The prison I have referred to scored 3 1s and only 2 for resettlement. The similarity between the reports is uncanny. However, the way respective heads of each organisation responded to them could not be more different. NOM's response was that the prison was going through a difficult time when the prison was inspected, as they were short of staff and standards of cleanliness were unacceptable. However, since the inspection, a robust recovery plan has been put into place. The prison has an able governor, the same governor, the management team has been strengthened, staffing numbers have increased, and there has been a crackdown on illicit drug use, and cleanliness has markedly improved. NIP's senior officials, on the other hand, responded in a rather different way. They blamed local management and stated that the prison service had taken steps to challenge the performance of the Governor and the Deputy Governor, and criticised them for not robustly tackling sick absence. Now, these are very serious allegations to make against 2 senior governors who have a combined commitment to the prison service of over 60 years. It would not be unreasonable, therefore, to expect the allegations made against him to be backed up with evidence. There is no evidence. So let's deal now with the claim around performance and how that was challenged, and we'll start with the Governor. The Governor of the prison, in April 2015, just weeks before the inspection, had his end-of-year appraisal carried out by his line manager, the then Director of Operations. He stated, and I quote, "Tradition dictates that my assessment of the governing governor's performance should be informed by the establishment's key performance measures. In this case, that would be unjust on a senior leader who has not had the opportunity to shape or change an inherited management team and whose prison has been handicapped by acute staff shortages, much of which are beyond his sphere of control." The Director of Operations also wrote of the Governor in his monthly report, and I quote, for example, in November 2014, he states, "You are the right man to lead Maghaberry, and we will work collectively to ensure you have the right support around you." In March 2015, he writes, "I do not underestimate the challenge of governing Maghaberry and commend you for the resilience you show. That represents a considerable management challenge, and you have applied yourself to that task by showing you care for your workforce, by forging a collegiate approach, and in which you seek to bring all quarters of the prison with you." And the last quote I'll read is April 15. "At this time, I am greatly concerned by the impact that staffing shortages are having at Maghaberry, but that is not a reflection on a governor who engenders loyalty with his team and works hard to bring his workforce with him to provide lasting solutions, and who is now being robust on sickness." I'll go on to the Deputy Governor. On 11th of December 2014, the Director of Operations met with the Deputy Governor and stated in that meeting he had no issues with his performance. The Deputy Governor's end-of-year appraisal comments carried out after the inspection, and I quote, were, "The Deputy Governor is probably the Governor with the greatest personal drive that I have ever worked with. I found him to be a totally loyal, honest and effective manager and leader." And lastly, in this area, the Deputy Governor and I met with the Director General to discuss his transfer out of Maghaberry, and this was on the 6th of July 2015 after the inspection. In a minuted meeting, I suggested to her that if there were any issues with the Deputy Governor's performance, then he should be told. The Deputy Governor agreed with me, but did not suggest there were any issues with his performance, and he has never been told there is a problem with his performance. Sorry, the Director General made that point. In conclusion, the assertion, therefore, made by the Minister that prison service management were taking steps to challenge their performance does not stand up to closer scrutiny. This now leads me on to the issue of why, if indeed there are, improvements are now being made in the prison, and you've alluded to that already. The Chief Inspector of Prisons described the conditions in the prison as Dickensian. Well, to continue with the Dickens comparison, the Governor, like Oliver Twist, went bold in hand and said to the most senior managers in NIPS, "Please, sir, I want some more." He was clearly referring to staff and resources, and like Oliver Twist, he got more than he bargained for. He was criticised and transferred out. The question is, was he being unreasonable or excessive in his request? The answer to that is no. And how do we know this? We know this because the replacement Governor has now been given what the previous Governor had been asking for, and more. Staff have been detailed detached duty to work at the prison. Staff have been transferred into the prison from other stations, and recruitment has finally started. Furthermore, the Governor management team has been increased from 12 to 16. This is something the PGA had requested numerous times. So what has changed between the previous Governor leaving and a new Governor arriving? Nothing, except for a highly critical report into a prison that hit the headlines. Now, going to some substantive points, was Maghaberry in as poor a state as described? This is obviously a complex question, but only 2 months before the inspection, a highly respected criminal justice consultant visited Maghaberry, whose report would suggest that it was not as bad as reported. This is an excerpt from what he wrote. The Governor discussed with him, among other things, problems regarding shortage of staff, high sickness levels, high bedwatch numbers and unpredictable willingness of staff to work overtime. He attended a good and business-like morning operational meeting, which was used to monitor performance on key targets, like keeping the square houses at a safe population level, and bedwatches were creating substantial problems for regime delivery. At the start of the day, there were 4 bedwatches out, but when he left at 4 p.m, there were 6. He observed good engagement between prisoners and staff, which were respectful and friendly in tone, without compromising staff authority. The report was not without its objective observation on the areas for improvement, but overall it was balanced and a positive report. So who was his criminal justice consultant? It was Phil Wheatley, CB, the former Director General of the England and Wales Prison Service, and currently a non-executive director for Northern Ireland Prison Service. When did he visit? When did the visit take place? Just 2 months before the inspection. Is there independent evidence to demonstrate that there were issues beyond the Governor's control that impacted on delivery? And the answer to that is yes. On the 1st of August 2014, the then Chair of the Independent Monitoring Board wrote to the Director of Operations in regards to serious staff concerns. This including commenting on seat levels, a lack of recruitment, stress, and warned that the situation was becoming critical. The Chair was so concerned she concluded by stating she would raise the issue at ministerial level. There were then a series of correspondence exchanges between the IMB, the Director General, the Director of Operations and the Justice Minister. However, since the PGA understands the IMB are attending this committee in several weeks, we will leave it to them to expand on this further. In regards to safety, we've touched upon that, but I've got the short paragraph on that, and that is this. It was highlighted that there had been 6 deaths in custody since the last inspection. This is very sad, but it's also important to point out that none of those occurred during the tenure of the Governor and the Deputy Governor. I would just like to conclude now on this last point. On the 6th of November 2014, the Chief Inspector stated in a BBC radio interview that the staff at Maghaberry faced the same threats as many other jails in England. He also said that Maghaberry was not a special case when asked about ongoing paramilitary threats. He said, "I think people should stop making excuses." The fact that the interview was aired on the same day as the Northern Ireland Prison Service Memorial Service was unfortunate and was particularly difficult for the family and friends of those most recently affected to hear. It is clear that the level of threats for colleagues in the Northern Ireland Prison Service is greater, and referring to it in regards to an inspection report was insensitive and caused huge hurt across the prison service family and wider. Thank you for listening. The PGA are happy to answer any questions that you've got.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to be brief because I suspect there'll be a lot of members wanting, and my voice is starting to go. Just in terms of when we had the Director General in front of us before, we've had her in front of the committee virtually every 6 months. In the first session that I had as chair, when she was here, she kept talking about this collective leadership within the prison service in Northern Ireland, how they act in a collegiate way and everything else. The day that the report from CJINI was published, she went on Newsline and, using an American term, threw the Governor under the bus. She said, "Nothing to do with me, this is a local management issue." Now, leaving aside a leadership style for the Director General to take that approach, how does that impact upon not just the Governor in Maghaberry, but governors across Northern Ireland, even right across the UK, who would see a Director General take that approach?
Well, Chair, without wishing to get into throwing stones, because it can go back and forwards, and that's not the way the PGA will operate, I will answer that by in the sense that leadership isn't just about being the leader in sunny weather. Sometimes leadership means in the mouth of the storm, freezing snow and sleet, you still stand up and you say you're the leader. If Barack Obama, as the President of America, can say the buck stops at his desk, I would suggest every leader. I certainly have exemplified that in the past, to my own cost, as many members are probably aware. And all I would suggest is sometimes being the leader, throwing bodies in front of the oncoming train, doesn't win you the most kudos, confidence or respect across the service and wider.
And I think one of the frustrations that we had on this committee, it took about 10 or 15 minutes of questioning before the Director General accepted that responsibility actually stopped with her. And I thought it was remarkable that it took quite so long before we got to that point. Can I mention one specific area before I open up to the members? And it came out of the evidence session we've just had. And it was around the fire at Erne House. Now, at the time, I'm on public record of saying that I thought both the Minister for Justice and the Director General were trying to underplay that fire at Erne House, both what happened there and the cost of damage to it. We've just heard from the POA that they said there was enough officers on duty that day that were there and ready to go in and tackle the fire and ensure that everybody was safe. But they weren't able to do that. They said that the Governor was willing to let them go in, but they had to refer that to Gold Command. Gold Command being, I presume, the Director General that day. Would that be correct?
That's my understanding.
So,
correct.
Can you talk me through just how that happens? I mean, I would imagine, and I asked a question around decision making, and part of the CJINI report said there was a lack of confidence of people to be able to take decisions. Now, that's bad in any organisation. I think that if you trust your staff, trust your leadership, your local leadership, you have to allow them to take decisions. On something like this, when it happens, you need to act quickly, because you're talking ultimately about saving lives of people or trying to minimise damage. Talk me through the process that there is from the moment a prison officer will spot a fire. What process do they have to go through before action can be taken within the prison?
Well, I can talk to you in general terms, Chair, but I'd rather stay clear of the Ernhouse incident specifically because, as you're aware, it's still undergoing investigation, and due process should be allowed to take place in as much as, whilst the investigation is still ongoing. I have a sense that it's coming very close to conclusion and close to report release. So I'm not being evasive. I'm honestly as to the reasons I would prefer. As any ongoing investigation in a public forum, I would prefer to let due process take its place.
I'm happy in generalities around, and
in general,
whatever the incident may be, just the process that has to be gone through before action can be taken.
In general, there's 3 levels of instances: level 1, 2, 3. Level 1 is the member staff being assaulted on the wing. The level 3 is the larger one, where you need a larger body of staff to deal with it. When you click into command mode, as the Maghaberry PO member of staff said, that you then fall into bronze, silver, gold command system. Initially, there's the instant, whether it's 6 prisoners, and sadly I've too much experience of these incidents, so I'll just keep this short. Say you have 12, 20 prisoners refusing to come in from a yard, football pitch, gym, doesn't matter. What you do is hold, plan and act. They're in simple language, so you hold. If they're in the gym, they're in the yard, you seal it off, provided there's no threat to life. Okay? That's then sealed off. You do a quick on-the-ground assessment. If you then know it's a larger than normal incident, you then alert through the alarm system, the ECR, the emergency control room, or the nerve centre of the prison, and they then fall into the command mode, which is bronze, silver, gold. In short, the bronze are those staff on the ground who you'll have seen on TV, newspapers, are kitted up in protective gear. The commanders are being assigned, briefings going on, trying to assess just exactly what's involved in the incident. Silver command is happening, in Maghaberry's case, in the boardroom. Governors and other senior staff are pulled in, and there's a very detailed process that happens there. To give the scene, you've got the governor, the silver command suite set up. Normally the silver commander will be the most senior governor in charge. In a perfect day, it's the governor. If he's on leave, meetings, etc., it would be the deputy governor. And if it's deemed at that stage this is serious, it's going to be prolonged, gold is then formed at headquarters. Sometimes it's formed in a shadowing role. Sometimes, if it's very clear that no, this is going to be a serious incident, it then forms into an actual gold command in headquarters. If it happens out of ours, we have an on-call system. For example, the most senior governors in Maghaberry are 1 week apiece on call. So if it happens during the night, etc., and we also have a duty governor. So, I mean, that in a couple of minutes, and sorry for taking as long as...
No, it's useful. Right, OK. Danny?
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, and thank you for your evidence. And I've listened carefully to your take or your assessment on the report, and you seem to be indicating that it was sensationalised or sexed up for media, for potentially more prominent media coverage. You've heard and you've listened, you've been present to hear the evidence from the Prison Officers Association, and particularly that of Mr Dunn, who works at Maghaberry. Do you get a sense, you know, what's your take on that evidence from the POA? How accurate, relevant is it in terms of what you've heard and how it applies to this report? And presumably in that you believe that your members have been scapegoated. Can I ask who you believe they've been scapegoated by or for whom?
As you're aware, the Minister gave a statement in the Assembly, followed by Mr McGregor, by Justice Committee, and followed by Sue McAllister and her team. Subsequently, I have all three Hansards there. All I would suggest is the Governor and the Deputy were the only two I heard singled out. In fact, the Minister was particularly scathing, and whilst he mentioned, he gave a performance critique on the then previous Governor and Deputy Governor, and stated, "I'll not go into personal details, but," and then went into personal details. What I would say is, I haven't heard anyone else being blamed for the report of Maghaberry, and I can only refer, I listened to radio interviews, TV interviews. Now, I'm not suggesting that it was simply heaped on the Governor and Deputy Governors. As you've heard today, Maghaberry's a very complex prison, many issues around why. But if you refer to in terms of individuals, they're the only two. I don't know if John or Colin has any further to add, but they're the only two I heard.
In regards to your interpretation of us saying that the report was sexed up, the report itself wasn't sexed up. I think the way the report on the report was the content of the report, I think, is probably right.
But the reporting of the
reporting of the report
was sexed up.
Was sexed up. I think.
Sorry, by whom or?
Well, the Chief Inspector of the prisons described it as it wouldn't have been out of place for Dickens to write about Maghaberry prison. Those were his words. And because of that, it becomes a media soundbite, and then the media are interested in it. I'm not suggesting for 1 second that the report isn't a critical report. It is a critical report. But actually, there are many other critical reports about prisons in the UK that haven't got anywhere near the same degree of attention as Maghaberry.
Just to go back to what Mr Alcock said, I think, you therefore, because we want to try and be fair and be clear as to where you're apportioning your view, in that your members have been scapegoated, you believe. You're clearly indicating, or appear to be indicating, that they were scapegoated at least by a politician for political reasons.
No, I've never suggested that. Sorry. The reason it is felt that those two individuals were singled out was, one, as I say, that's clearly statements made, and they were the only two names of positions mentioned. The reason we think it's unfair, and to use the word scapegoated, once you've heard the line manager's assessment, their annual report assessments, which were done, by the way, in April and May, the very time when the Minister stated those two individuals had been challenged about their performance. I mean, those two assessments you heard are verbatim on their annual reports. And then you heard, I think if I refer to the Chief Inspector, mention, and may be wrong, it may be some of the other individuals, mention of these monthly reports. You've heard extrapolations of the assessment of the then Governor's performance, saying he was the right man to lead the prison.
Yes, but the commentary in the aftermath of the report, provided by both the Minister and by Sue McAllister, clearly laid blame at the door of your members.
That would be our opinion, yes.
It did, I can read the line.
And in your view, unfairly so and unjustly so.
And evidentially, not just a viewer opinion. That's why we were very clear today. We weren't coming to give our views or opinions, because if there's 20 people in a room, there'll be...
Why do you think they would have apportioned blame to those individuals?
Well, if you don't mind me referring to the Chair, the Director General is officially the operational head of the prison service.
So that's where the buck should stop.
I haven't said that. I'm saying
well, you've applied it.
The Governor and Deputy Governor were the ones removed, publicly embarrassed, and actually removed from the prison service.
Thank you.
Alvin?
Thank you very much, Chair. Do you believe that
the Maghaberry is Dickensian?
Do I believe? I've visited Maghaberry on a number of occasions, and I remember my first visit very well. And Maghaberry, like another prison that I've worked in, it's a high-profile prison. And I didn't know what to expect when I got there, but I was pleasantly surprised by a lot of the good things I found there. I've witnessed free flow, or prisoners moving freely. I've witnessed excellent interactions between staff and prisoners. I visited Qual Unit, which is a fantastic unit. I was absolutely blown away by that. I saw innovation with cameras at the doors. I saw lots of things actually were really pleasantly surprising. I also saw some less than good things in that the square units, they felt oppressive. They're not nice units to be on. And I think anybody that suggests that they are anything other than not very nice units to be on wouldn't be telling the truth. It didn't feel Dickensian for me, and Dickensian isn't just about the building, it's about the people that are in it as well, so it didn't feel that way to me. But it's not, sorry, just to finish off, it's not just my opinion. Phil Wheatley went into prison 2 months before, and he didn't describe it in such terms. And taking nothing, I've been in a prison service 29 years, but actually Phil Wheatley is significantly more senior than me, significantly more experienced and in a stronger position, and he never made such references.
Yeah, Mr. Wheatley, he was on with Ann Owers, was he?
Yeah.
Yes. And
so.
he was part of that panel. Now, you as a trade union, you accept the general direction, the general thrust and substance of the Ann Owers report. That's the right way to proceed. And do you think that progress has been made in relation to the recommendations of the Ann Owers report in the context of Maghaberry? I mean, leave the other prison establishments aside.
I believe we're moving forward. We've cut too deep, too quick. The PGA is certainly not against change. We all know change is constant, doesn't stop for anyone, and we are supportive of the general direction of normalisation and modernisation and professionalisation of the Northern Ireland Prison Service generally and Maghaberry specifically.
Yes.
However, you have to do it with the people, and that I include prisoners, staff, and the local management of prisoners.
Can you reconcile the report by the Chief Inspector of Prisons and CJINI with the views or the assessment of Mr. Wheatley whenever he visited the prison 2 months before the visit by the Inspector General of Prisons?
My answer to that is I've read them both in detail. No, they cannot be reconciled, but more importantly, if you read the monthly visit reports by the then Director of Ops, you would find they don't mirror that. Now, the PGA is not sitting here and saying Maghaberry is perfect and there's not faults and there can't be improvement. But what we're saying is factually, evidentially, so it's not opinions, there's the monthly report by the then Director of Operations. There's, I think, references to other senior officials who visited, saying Maghaberry was doing well. Some of yourselves are sitting around the table, I know have visited on numerous times, and none of it reconciles to. But in fairness to, I think, the Director General, and again I may be selecting the wrong individual, did the view put forward was it was a snapshot. I am not saying it was a snapshot. I am saying it is not as bad in the members' view as portrayed.
Yes. Sorry to interrupt. Just in those monthly reviews, were they provided to the inspector, or did the inspector get those in terms of his work?
I believe the inspector received them. I believe, if I recall the Hansard correctly, because we have lived and slept this for a number of months now, he made reference again, I may be wrong, it might have been the Director General, but reference was made to the monthly reports, and I know that the inspector team had access to them.
Sorry, Albert.
Not at all, Chair, obliged to that intervention. Do you believe that Maghaberry is the most dangerous prison in Western Europe?
Well, to answer that, any prison can be the most dangerous prison if the conditions are wrong. I mean, I think the Deputy Chair said it. Prisons should be conflict-free zones.
Yeah.
Everyone within that prison wall is a human being. You treat them decently, you treat them with mutual respect,
Sure.
you try and deliver a reasonable regime to them, and the temperature of the prison will totally remove. The reverse of that, as you'll be aware, Ms McGuinness, is if the regime's crumbling, if they're not getting the basics, if they feel unfairly dealt with, if staff retreat into bunkers or what, offices, etc., if governors don't walk the site and provide visible, then you could have the most dangerous prison in whatever country.
Well, do you think it was hyperbole on the part of the Inspector General?
I think, and I allude to my more learned colleague than me, if you go to the last 6 or so inspections across norms, and I don't wish to name the prisons, I leave it, they're public access, you will find very similar statements. If you go to Mr Hardwick's last annual report across norms, the very things coming out of the Maghaberry report, short staffing, critical underfunding, drugs, it's there. I'm not saying it's any better or any worse. What I'm saying, I don't recognise the most dangerous prison in Europe.
Just one last question now. Thank you for your indulgence, Chair. But in terms of the report itself, I know that you've had disagreement really with the parts of the report and some of the findings of the report. But the report does highlight a failure of leadership. And that seems to be a principal criticism, I think, if you looked at the report. Now, assuming that there was a failure of leadership, and I know that you're not accepting that as precisely as that, but if there was a failure of leadership, would that failure not be a failure on the part of the top people within the prison?
Well, as you would have heard in my opening statement, Maghaberry is not the only prison where Chief Inspector has criticised management and leadership.
Yep.
It's how those that are able to respond. The response from the senior managers and NIPS was to focus it in one area, which was local management. It was a meeting the night before between the inspectors and the management team at Maghaberry, where the suggestion was actually that the leadership issue wasn't just local, but it was also within NIPS HQ. But that never found its way to the report.
Yes, but I mean, if you're assessing a situation where a prison is going wrong in terms of leadership, is it not reasonable to say, well, actually, it's the head and possibly the deputy that is at fault here in terms of leadership? Because operationally they are responsible for that.
Correct in some sense, Ms McGuinness, but if the governor or deputy, we personalise it totally, it doesn't matter what prison in those posts, were in any way underperforming or lacking leadership, there's a process, and it should happen with us all. Whoever is the next line manager should be bringing them in, first informally, verbally, making them aware you're not performing, you've failed on this, you've fallen short of that, blah, blah, blah. Now, there's different ways of doing that. It can be, I'm putting you on special reports every 3 months. I'll be commenting on your leadership. At the end of the year, you'll be reviewed, etc., etc. It shouldn't come as a shock out of the blue, of which none of that happened to those individuals.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Just to clarify, I mean, that's a point that I raised with the Director General when she was here. and I'd said that it took a report like this for her to make the changes that she said were necessary to improve things. And I asked her, well, what have you been doing for the last 3 years? If things were not going well, why did you not make the changes in the previous 3 years? So just to confirm, you're saying that at no point from the 2012 report to the 2015 report, when the Director General was in post, that there was warnings given to the local management at Maghaberry that she didn't think things are going well?
I can only, Chair, with due respect, as John's read out, account for when the now removed Governor and Deputy Governor took over. And that's why we've done this factually today, because we are content to be challenged by anyone. We have the evidence to everything we're saying. That the Governor, you heard his annual report, you heard extrapolations from the monthly report from his line manager, the then Director of Ops. They're actually saying, I mean, quote sticks in my mind, you are the right man to lead Maghaberry. I'm not totally sure. I think that was November. Was it? But some stage like that. I mean, it just doesn't seem to make logic. Don't get me wrong, if a governor or any member of staff is underperforming, hold them to account, make them aware of it, put processes in place. But not just out of the blue, based on the evidence you've presented today.
Paul?
Yeah, and sticking on this subject, and you alluded to the Minister's statement to the House on the Monday 9th of November. And I'm not going to read it all out, Chair, don't worry, but to paraphrase, he goes on to talk about the achievements and the improvements made. And the progress been made by senior leadership. Then he goes on, in 2014, however, due to planned departures from the prison service, a new leadership was appointed in Maghaberry. He obviously goes on. Unfortunately, in the case of the team that was appointed in Maghaberry in June 2014, that was not the case with regards to risen to the challenge and shown reliability. Increasingly concerned about the weakness of that leadership, in the spring of this year, prison service management took steps to challenge their performance. It goes on, I'll get to my point in a minute. Last week's report, this is quoting the Minister, last week's report references a difficult relationship that evolved between the local leadership at Maghaberry and Prison Service HQ at that time. Prison Service management, with support from me, the Minister, and the DOJ Permanent Secretary, took steps to remove the Governor and Deputy Governor from their posts and to replace them with a new senior management team. I will say that neither of the two personnel removed from their positions in Maghaberry were redeployed within the prison service. These actions are a reflection of the seriousness of which the prison service took the findings of the report. Now, I've been on this committee a long time. Never, ever, Sue McAllister or the Minister ever raised any issue with increasing concern about weaknesses in leadership and told us about the steps that they took to challenge it. Never ever, any time that they were before us, did they talk about a difficult relationship between the local leadership and the HQ. You did talk about the leaders at that time, post-2014, asking, pleading for a resource, and you talked about correspondence to and fro. Could we gain access to those correspondence?
That correspondence referred to is the IMB writing. I believe the first time they wrote to the then Director of Ops, pleading for additional resources, and used the phrase something like the prison is heading towards it.
Well, it's the IMB wrote, in terms of the shortage of staffing, the IMB wrote on the 1st of August 2014, and that's an email here.
Now, in response to your exact question, there is a raft of correspondence flows thereafter from the Chair and IMB, which is independent, because naturally you're going to think, well, there's the head of the prison service saying that, there's the PG saying that, who's right, who's wrong. That's why, as an association, we're clearly saying in 2 weeks' time, the IMB, the independent monitoring board, nothing to do with the prison service per se, and especially local management, will come and give you an independent view. Yes, we've seen some of their correspondence, but it's not for us to give you someone else's correspondences.
When did that correspondence start?
Well, the first email we've got here is the 1st of August 2014.
The SNAP inspection was in May of last year, 15. So it's not as if you could argue that, the Minister would argue that, okay, inspection's taken place, crikey, right, let's start covering up here, let's start writing for more resource. That would have been the case.
Can I refer, as I said, apologies, but we can't give other people's correspondence away, but this would maybe suffice to provide some clarity. The then Deputy Governor, the 28th of July 2014, now that date's critical because these two individuals only took over in June, seeing how things were starting to get slightly uncomfortable, because when the Governor and Deputy Governor took over in Maghaberry in June 14, there was a combined almost 100 staff short between short vacancies and sick. And in July it was getting no better. So that Deputy Governor, who has significant operational experience, in discussion with the then Governor, said, we need to start to document this because bad feelings. And I'll read you this. I asked the Senior Manager, or the Deputy Governor asked the Senior Manager in Maghaberry to do this. And that Senior Manager wrote to the Head of HR in headquarters, Governor Alcock has asked, the Deputy Governor has asked me to contact you regarding the number of CPOs who have resigned, 38 to date, and anecdotally we have heard that there are another 19 in the pipeline. Do you know if there are any plans in place to replace any of these CPOs? Response from headquarters, Head of HR. Aye. I regularly raise the issue with the Director of HR and have obtained an extension to our most recent recruitment competition in order to bring staff in, if I am instructed to do so. At this point in time, I have been instructed not to bring any additional staff in.
Who makes that instruction?
Well, the claim here is from the Head of HR that it was the Director of HR.
Who instructs?
Who instructed the head?
Pushes that button?
Yeah. So I refer back to, we're not here for opinions, we're here for hard evidence of what's going on.
When we had Sue McAllister up here, I was loath to say to her, look, we're here to help you as a committee. Please tell us these things. Why do you hide these things from us? Why do you rose tint these issues? To be fair, she had no answer. She just basically took it on board. But we can't continually keep running a prison service like this. In your view, what is the real problem with Maghaberry?
Oh, if only it was that easy in a sentence. I'll talk in the more general, a prison. Maghaberry, prison, whatever. A prison needs vision, it needs leadership, it needs resourced appropriately to what it should have, it needs appropriate funding, and I know we're in strict economical times. That's why we're not using lack of funding as an excuse. We all hear what's happening to hospitals, schools. We're not here pleading for more money. And it takes a decent relationship with prisoners and a confidence of those staff dealing with these prisoners. And then we go back to, you provide the basics of a healthy prison, and we fully support the 4 tenets of a healthy prison. But you cannot do that when you're lurching from crisis to crisis to crisis, because each time you hit another crisis, staff lose their confidence. Management, if nothing else, the removal of the Deputy and Governor has sent a very clear message to local managers. You get anything wrong, you're finished and we'll publicly destroy you. Now, what would that do to any management team? It makes them fearful of taking decisions. To use the inspector's words, it's not going to encourage, as he states, innovation. It's not going to encourage, and a quote rings often with me, taking risks in the prison, taking risks in a maximum security prison.
I understand you may not be able to give out someone else's correspondence, but it can't surely all be about staffing levels.
No.
Would it be possible for you to glean out the main subheading, main points that were being pleaded for, and to send us a letter about those main topics? You know, whether it be apparatus of command and control structures, staffing.
We can certainly put it in correspondence.
Types of letters, types of staffing, core days, whether it was the actual working day.
I take it you're meaning a bullet-headed strategic
just
overview of in the PGA's opinion.
Yes, and what
were the main issues?
What were the main issues, and what was being requested by? I don't know how personal you'll be able to make it without breaking confidences, but just to give us as much of a steer as possible here, because something has to change. And to be fair, heads can roll all the time, and the problem would still be underlying. It needs to be more than that.
No, I mean, the PGA are very clear. We want to be part of the solution. It's not rocket science. If you have happy prisoners, you have happy staff. If you have happy staff, you have happy membership. You have happy membership, you have happy, and so it goes up.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, I'll leave it there, Chair.
Okay. Clerks helpfully found the element of Hansard when I'd asked the Director General about the issue around how she managed performance. I thought it useful to read into the record. I said that it struck me that she only acted swiftly or took the appropriate action once the report had been conducted. I'd asked if the report hadn't been conducted, what reassurance did we have that you'd taken the action that you ultimately took? It seems to us it took Mr McGuigan to tell you about the state of the prison before you took any action. The Director General said, Brendan and I have discussed this, and I am sure that he would agree it was not just as a result of the concerns raised in the inspection. Obviously, I cannot tell you what happened. What I could tell you is that we were managing performance. This is not about individuals, and I really don't want to go into the detail about my colleagues, but we were managing performance in relation to people in Maghaberry. I'd said if performance was so bad, surely you're not managing it very effectively. She'd said they were managing recordings. I'd said, well, look, were you managing it well or badly? And she'd said, I don't want the details about individuals. We're a small service, small number of senior people in those key posts, but we absolutely have to do what we can with these people to encourage them and develop them to do the best that they can. Only when we felt that we had no other option did we take the action that we did. And the clear inference in that is that there had been an issue for a length of time, that she was dealing one-on-one with the governor or senior management within the prison, and that there had been, you would imagine then there would be warnings about performance that led up to the removal of those. I mean, again, when you tell us that the report previously said he was the right man for the job, and then we read this, I mean, it suggests to me that at best, Ms McAllister is misleading us by suggesting that she had been, and I quote, managing performance over a period of time.
I think, Chair, I probably need to answer that because Gary Alcock is very close to this. All I can do really is just repeat what I've already said, which is that we have the best evidence that shows.
So you should be able to give us a report, surely.
We can give you. There's stuff that we own. We can give you.
Yes.
And that's without doubt.
Yeah. Okay.
And I can give you. As you can see, I've got everybody's report,
including the inspection report, by the way.
Yes. Very good.
I have here a photocopy of the end of year report.
Else hasn't got it.
This is. It's not a made-up document, it is the actual end-of-year report that was delivered by the Director of Operations to the Governor of Maghaberry. The dates are clearly important, and this was, what month have we got? This was April 14. Tradition dictates that my assessment of the governing government's performance should be informed by their establishment's key performance measures and qualitative reports. In this case, that would be unjust on a senior leader who has not had the opportunity to shape or change an inherited management team and whose prison has been handicapped by acute staffing shortages, much of which are beyond Alan's sphere of control. Now, looking at this in a very common sense point of view, the minister's statement, on the other hand, says in early spring performance was being addressed.
Yeah.
Now, something's not right, and it's not for us to form an opinion as to why that might be the case. All we can do is just read out what we know.
I think we need those reports, Chair.
That's fair. Okay, Raymond?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I mean, I'll maybe take up just that point about the reports as well. But I mean, in fairness to John, when you opened up, I mean, I think you did set the context well. You're here on behalf of the present governors and affects your members, and I think you laid that out very well and very clearly. I think there was a degree of misfortune around the commentary, because in fairness, there's nowhere in the report does it refer to Maghaberry as a Dickensian prison.
Yes.
It doesn't refer to it as the most dangerous prison anywhere, never mind Western Europe, but the headlines became that, and people now nearly believe it's in the report. I can't find it. Maybe
I can't.
I don't think so. That's one of the unfortunate things about it. But and in terms of when Gary was speaking about the buck stopping, with President Obama, and that's fine. But I mean, the converse of that is you can't create a situation where if people in a command chain make a mistake, they believe then that they're let off, and the top person all the time will heads will roll, or it would be a bad system, because in many ways the easy way to bring down the system would be from below, just don't do your job, and then the top person falls. So I think we have to be very mindful of that, and I think Alban sort of led on that. We talked about the Independent Monitoring Board and their independence, and I think that will be a very contributing thing once we see their report. But the Inspectorate for us is also an independent body. So, and I think you've accepted that the report is very critical. And it actually sort of makes the point that this was a concerning inspection of a prison which was as bad as any we have seen in recent years. They go on to say that there was a significant failure in leadership, compounded by ineffective relationship between the prison service, headquarters and local managements, which needed to be addressed urgently. A general malaise was evident at Maghaberry, which sought to attribute blame rather than find solutions to problems. So that's the independent assessment. So that's, if you like, where this goes forward. I mean, I was very struck, and I think the reports will help inform how we take this forward, because Brendan McGuigan was of the very clear opinion in terms of the public presentation and at the committee, that he said this was not a snapshot. If he had went in a month before, 2 months or 3 months, and he says further back, he would have come up with the exact same report. I think it's a fair assumption, and I haven't seen it in Hansard, but obviously Gary has picked it up, that he possibly had sight of the reports. So the reports would be informative, and I don't doubt that you have read out parts of it, and the parts that you've read out of record, but I think it would be good for the committee if it was possible for us to see all the reports, because Brendan McGuigan went on, they say that there was a collective failure of leadership, unacceptable risk, no evidence of flexibility, innovation, creativity, problem solving, or no evidence of cultural change. So that's a big mix for people to deal with. And I think if we look at the honours, and Phil Wheatley was one of the, and Alban was right, was one of the people who's on the prison review team, and he was very critical about Maghaberry as far back as the interim report. And one of the things that he cautioned people about at that time was, if people didn't act quickly, then this could be a wasted opportunity. And I've said it to the Director General directly in our meetings, Maghaberry has lagged behind the rest of the prison reform. If you look at the recent reports on the Hyde Bank, the moves in Hyde Bank, the recent reports in the McGilligan, they have been favourable, because in my opinion they have followed the pathway of the ORS report. Even in relation to this report, rehabilitation and resettlement gets a favourable response, because in my opinion they followed the ORS report. I've said this, and I've said it at the committee, and I've said it to senior managers in Maghaberry, that when you go into Maghaberry and you talk to the senior management team, I always found resistance to the ORS report. It was reflected that, nearly people telling us how to do a job that we've done for 30 or 40 years. We've seen some translation of that today, old hands and new people not coming in with newfangled ideas. Who are they? And in particular, And I accept, and I've said this on the record a long number of years, particularly since the Justice Committee set up, Maghaberry is a very difficult prison to manage, there's no doubt about it. But the solution put forward by the Oars report was the 3 mini prisons. And in my opinion, and I've said this and I've said it to the Director General, I've found, again, when you talk to senior managers, total and absolute resistance to that. So that's the context in which all this comes. So what we have to do now is fix it. It is difficult because there's people whose livelihoods are involved, and I mean, in fairness to Gary, he's sitting in front of us today, and it mightn't. Obviously, there are aspects of this uncomfortable, but in fairness, he's here. It's how we fix this is our problem, and that's the critical part of it.
Can I respond to two key points there, Deputy? One is, speaking for the membership, the PGA, we want to be part of the solution. We want to help. We want to change. You're right, Maghaberry, no matter how you put it, isn't where it should be. We know that. Prisoners know that. Staff know that. Management. Everybody knows it. And you will be mindful, we haven't criticised the report.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
We want to be part of the solution and help change it for the reasons I pointed out earlier on. But you support people, you empower people, you resource people to do that. You don't revert to a blame culture. In relation to the 3-part prison model, because again, I'm a master minutiae, I noted your comments on Hansard. PGA and our members fully support it. To give a bit of personal detail, the month before the Deputy Governor arrived in Maghaberry, he met with the then Director of Ops, and it's one of the first things, and that Deputy Governor was just finishing secondment in the English Prison Service. It's one of the first key questions he asked. What about the 3 prison model for Maghaberry? How soon? Because the PGA fully realise Maghaberry's too vast, the site spread too wide, with the complexities of different prisoners, needs, classifications, blah, blah, blah. 3-site prison, fully supported by the PGA, so any insinuation, and I've questioned different members of our association on it since, and I said, are you against this? Are you against this? Where's this coming from? I've yet to meet anyone who said, no, there wasn't. Of course, Kerry, why would we not support it? As well as being a recommendation. Now, we're fully behind it. So the resistance is not coming from PGA.
But the evidence, I mean, the evidence on the ground, no steps towards it.
Well,
Maghaberry consistently, over a long number of years, far back as, I mean, I think the last time the inspector was in 2012, 65, now, I don't want to get into the number, but a large number of recommendations, overwhelming majority. And then you get the observation from the inspector, who said that there was nearly a culture of resistance to change. And I asked him about leadership because, I mean, there can be a tendency that people see, you know, the buck stops with the top tier, and he was of no doubt that this went right down to the bottom. At all levels of leadership within the prison, a resistance to change. And when you have a report like this, it's difficult to say that he hasn't hit the nail on the head.
And without knowing everyone he spoke to, and again, I think we've said between us, the PGA are not absolving themselves of old sins here. We're not perfect governors. We're not people who never make mistakes. We're not people who sometimes on hindsight say, well, we could have dealt better with that. But on the point of the 3 prisons, tomorrow, please. I know the common response is when the 360 block is built, well, that will enable. It's 2018, 2019. I'm not saying we can introduce a perfect solution tomorrow, but we could maybe introduce an interim solution. What I'm saying is the PGA, to the senior management who will be listening very closely to this today, engage with us. Let's look for an interim solution pending the full building and opening of a 360 block.
In terms of the report, and I mean, I know you've read the report very well. The Director General, when she was here with her senior team, did state on the record that they believed that there was an ineffective relationship between the management in Maghaberry and at headquarters. How would you describe the relationship?
It wasn't the type of relationship I've been used to. The then Governor, Deputy and senior management team have been used to, either before, well, the management team has never experienced that uncomfortable relationship before, and that's why we're not challenging the inspector on that quote. Now, what I can't do, for reasons that may become evident through time, is go into the details of it here in a public forum, but what I'm saying is that's correct.
There was an ineffective relationship. That translated into a direct quote again from the Director General, instructions being ignored.
I would maybe disagree to a level with that.
Yeah.
I can to exemplify, if you don't mind indulge me for a minute. An instruction when the high number of bed watches were, as previously mentioned, basically sucking staff off the wings, meaning when it's being locked down. The then Director of Operations told the then Governor, and I was present, "We'll stop sending them out to hospital." The Governor tried to reason, but the hospital says these are urgent blue lights, they have to go out. We can't afford them. Once you've reached what you can afford, you just don't send them out anymore. Now, I was sitting there, I kept silent, as you can tell, unusually for me, but all I could see was an image of corporate manslaughter under Governor, had he followed that. Another example I will give you, and then I'll finish it too, I think, was there were, as again referred to earlier, numerous assaults. Staff off-duty, hospital aid or hospital were then reporting that to the local police station, because you probably know for reasons of claim and blah blah, you have to do that. The Governor was instructed to put a notice out to staff that they wouldn't report it to the police station, that they would report it to the Governor. It wasn't even a legal instruction, and the Governor quite rightly said, "I can't do that. It's not legal." So I'm not saying that, I'm just giving you some sort of examples. And I also say no one's blameless either.
Yeah. So like the tension, and that's the way it was described at the session here when the senior team was up. Did the tension in any way contribute to the type of report? You know, was there a sort of sense, we'll show them who's in charge here?
Oh, absolutely no, because, I can say this quite clearly, the Governor, and senior management team were very clear who losers will be. There's no. Again, you're right. I read about this. We'll show them who's in. Absolutely not. We're a hierarchical organisation. My entire service, I've taken instructions on occasions that I haven't liked or maybe agreed with, but I've carried them out, as do all governors. No, it was not a real show them, because the management team were very aware who the losers would be, and sadly was subsequently proven entirely correct.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the point you're making, but I mean, the point was made, and I asked the question, and asked it of the Director General, if the Inspectorate hadn't went into Maghaberry, then how long would this have continued before it would have been resolved? Who was going to, and you have talked about, everybody did part blame it on, maybe that's not the exact word you're saying, but who was going to put their hands up and say, here, listen, see why this is all going on, break down relationships, tension, from your point of view, people giving out a legal instruction. Who was going to stand up and say, hey, listen, we need to go to the Minister and say to the Minister, while all this is happening, and the Prison Officers Association were saying today the danger of people being killed in prison, but this has all been played out, and nobody steps in and says, here, you're listening, see where this is all going on. The jail hasn't been run properly.
Yeah. I think, first of all, it's important to understand where the power sits. And the governor is a person in a chain, and he has a line manager who has a line manager. So there's a tier, there's a gap between the governor and the DG. So it makes it very difficult for the governor to do anything other than try their best. The governor kept a journal throughout this entire period. It was only there 11 months. We think that the governor's been there since the last inspection report. It hasn't been. It's an 11-month tenure. And in that 11 months, there was quite clearly evidence of a difficult relationship. All the governor can do in that position, it strikes me, is first of all confide in one person he can confide in, which is his deputy governor, and to try and deal with it through that way. But it can also come to the Prison Governors Association and say that these are the problems we're facing. But at what point, or how does the governor deal with it when the difficulties in relationship are with his line manager and his manager's manager? It's a very small service.
But we're being painted a picture that the relationship between the governor and the line manager was okay because he said you're the man for the job. So he could have went to him.
It wasn't okay. It wasn't okay. The relationship between the governor and his line manager wasn't okay.
But I'm saying the person put in writing that you're the person for the job. And
that's what the line manager wrote.
No, right. But he could have went and said, right, I want this on the record as well. Now that you've told me I'm the man for the job.
But it is. So you're quite right. It is on record.
Okay, we haven't seen that, so it's difficult for us to make any. But what I'm saying is, the lessons going forward, because even in the conversation with Brendan McGuigan, governors, in particular an establishment the size of Maghaberry, has a certain amount of autonomy. Yeah. They can run the prison relatively, I'm not saying untouched by senior management. So you're trying to create the situation as we go forward that whatever the failings here is how do we address them to ensure that as we go forward there's not a bad report in the Maghaberry the next time round. So I think that's what we have to amend.
Yeah, there was a comment in the inspection report that said inspectors met a number of good motivated managers as well.
Yeah.
And I think that's important because the whole management team were moved out, including, I assume, the good motivated managers, which is a bit of a shame because of the message that sent out.
I would more like to look forward on relationships because no service, any public sector isn't going to work well if there's an isolation, a distance or a tension in relationships. We haven't withdrawn the offer, the hope and the professional view of our members that relationships can be repaired, and only when they're repaired effective and healthy will it contribute. It won't solve the ills of Maghaberry, but it's a beginning. And let's not forget, at the end of this chain are human beings, prisoners. They deserve better.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you,
Edward.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you just crystallise what's been discussed thus far? Well, the circumstance where we accept there is a very negative report about HMP Maghaberry, but it is not how it's not that report, but how it was played out is perhaps what is in the public domain. And in the public mind, Maghaberry is the most dangerous prison in Europe, and we don't have the evidence base to sustain that. And that's something that's regrettable. And we've got a Dickensian prison, which again is not a sustainable element. So, that's one element of it. You came here today and you've quite usefully given, over a period of time, line managers' reports, which is the Director of Operations on the Governor and then the Governor's report on the Deputy Governor. And previously the Governor had been in McGilligan Prison, which had an excellent report, a good report. And if I recall right, he was headhunted to come to Maghaberry and do the job there. So we went from a situation where someone was doing a good job, where the reports that we have heard would indicate that very difficult circumstances, but you're the man for the job and we need you to dig in there. to there being an independent inspection carried out, and all of a sudden the two individuals who are heading up the Maghaberry prison all of a sudden are not fit for purpose, and they're publicly scapegoated and humiliated by the Minister and by the Director General. That's as I read it. And in essence, what I think is wrong there is that we've identified two individuals as being the problem, and we've had a discussion with the POA, and it would appear that in spite of resources being there, there's an awful lot of problems that still exist. But in essence, we have individuals taking the blame whenever it would appear that there are other underlying problems, which made it not impossible, but close to impossible to actually manage the prison in the way that it should have been managed. So is there an evidence base from the governors that were in place of requiring more staff? And what was done about actually getting more staff? Because I think there's been a fair number of promises over the period that staff would be made available to the prison. What's the timeline in terms of requesting staff come forward and staff actually manifesting themselves on the ground?
I prepared this earlier, anticipating a question on resources, because this is one of the key themes. And I'll try and give you, as I've done here, bullet head, but you've said evidence, Mr. Poots, so I will do that. It may be, I haven't heard it mentioned before, so forgive me if I'm repeating. Certainly I heard no one else mention it. Maghaberry management team from 2012 to the inspection, management team being not just the governor, had been reduced by 49% in the preceding 2 years. In
the management team, that's the governor down to...
That was governors, and the PO rank was totally removed, which they did in NOMS, discovered it was a mistake, and have reintroduced as a custodial manager.
Mm-hmm. So 49% is, what was the figure?
The bulk of it, I haven't the exact figures here, but the bulk of it was something like 24 POs, I think maybe a couple of SOs were in it, and about 5 governor grades. The PGA, seeing the direction or scenting the wind, actually come to the committee on the 27th of March 2014, and again I emphasise 3 months before this then Governor Depp arrived, and this is what the PGA said to Hansard, to the committee. However, we do not want the budgetary cuts to impact too much on a lot of the progress that has been made and continues to be made, because that may do damage to regimes and staffing levels, which will lead to issues down the line. We've already referred to the previous year, 4 million cut off the budget. The new Governor Depp arrived, almost 100 staff short at that stage. I've referred to you in July 14.
And that was raised?
Sorry?
The 100 staff short was raised? Was that highlighted by the governors? Yes,
at that stage. It was put in a 5-page letter by the previous governor, who was outgoing. He had received his early release date, and he presented a 5-page minute of his concerns for, he was leaving, but he's saying, here's the things to the then Director of Ops, and no reply was received. I've already referred to the email which clearly evidences that there was an instruction at the end of July 2014, 2 months after the new management team. At this time, I've been instructed not to bring any staff in. I'll refer now, if you bear with me, because this is what the PGA were watching on the ground. To March 2015, the Director General and our management team appeared in front of this committee. And yourself, Mr. Ross, asked the question, how understaffed do you feel you are in the prison service at present? The DG answered, I'll ask Mark, the then Director of HR, to talk about the detail of the numbers. However, I will just reassure you that we're about to start a recruitment exercise, and that will allow us to replace the posts that are vacant. We're committed to recruiting March 15 and are now in agreement that we need to recruit. That exercise has started. We have pressed the button and we will bring in new staff very soon. I'll ask Mark to answer the question specifically. This was the Director of HR. I'm happy to. We're about 80 below target staffing levels. There is a reprofiling exercise that may adjust as slightly as these go on. We are starting to recruit now, and we'll bring in officers in 2 or 3 intakes throughout the year 2015. That will bring us up to whatever the agreed target staffing level is. Recruitment goes out the week after next, so we will have people coming in the early part of summer and then again in autumn. They are interviewing staff as we speak, January 2016. The PGA...
But when did that recruitment start? Did that start back then, those 2 weeks after the committee?
Well, not unless it's taken, almost a year to go through the process. I can only tell you what we on the ground were hearing, because...
When did advertisements go out?
October, November.
Right.
The membership expressing their concerns, anxiety and fearing the picture that eventually was portrayed. The PGA, myself and the Secretary, met with the Director of HR, and this is an extrapolation of the minutes of the meeting on the 11th of August 2014. Gary raised the issue of staff recruitment by highlighting the shortfalls in the TSLs and the need to fill these posts. He stated this placed governor grades in the invidious position of being performance measured while not properly resourced to achieve the results required. He went on to state that the majority of the vacant posts were as a direct result of staff leaving the service. Gary did, however, mention that sick absence played a part and that robust management was necessary. The point being, we don't sit to try to act as if, we share no responsibility with that. We took an extrapolation here, and this is factually correct, as we've checked it about 6 times before presenting these figures. We took a snapshot of the 29th of May 15. That was the week after the inspection. There were a total of 93 staff below the TSL. There was 102 on the sick. There were 21 limited fitness. That is 217 staff not available. When you aggregate them all together, forget the specific reasons, that's 217 staff the Governor did not have available. That, percentage-wise, I'll not bore you, I'll do it in old money, was 1/3 of the staff absent, unavailable for detailing. I hope that, in evidence terms, answers what did the PGA, what did the governors do about it?
Well, just when you mentioned sickness then, one of the reasons given to us that resources was being made available to the new governor, who's also the Director of Operations, but wasn't made available to the regime under the previous governor and deputy governor, was that they weren't doing enough about sickness. Is that the case? Was not enough being done about sickness? Is it the responsibility of the governor?
Well, do you want to answer on the sick issues, Alan, please?
Mr. Poots, firstly I'd like to clarify this issue. The HR function was taken over and centralised to HQ in March 2014, nearly 2 years ago, and approximately 3 months before the Governor and Deputy Governor in question came on post. Naturally, this function also includes the management of sick. Human resource business partners were appointed at each establishment, and these partners replaced the personnel governors. So hence you can see where the responsibility shifted to headquarters. A number of weeks ago, the sick level in HMP Maghaberry was in the 70s. Presently, it sits close to 60. However, I would offer the following caveats. Due to reprofiling of staff, staffing levels have been reduced by approximately 30. This was reflected in the figures provided by your alerted colleague here. Most of the staff awaiting medical retirement are gone. Figures are in the 20s. Approximately 22 staff are currently on restricted duties or limited fitness. These people are not recorded as sick. However, they are not operational, but are carrying out admin work or escorting duties. This reduces the number of staff on landings where they're needed, so as to provide a regime for prisoners and give them a worthwhile core day. Staffing levels are still unpredictable and lockdowns are commonplace. Staffing is so tight that if a prisoner has to go to outside hospital, a landing or landings are likely to be locked down to facilitate it. This equates to approximately 80 staff that can't carry out operational duties due to health reasons.
To put some context on that, I was in Maghaberry. I think the Deputy Chair raised the issue with the previous union, what engagement with the inspectors. On Tuesday, I was in Maghaberry to meet the inspector and give the PGA view of the world, which I underline doesn't mean it's always right, but I will espouse PGA view. Whilst there, or at the conclusion of the meeting and exchange of views we had, a prisoner, very regrettably, cut throat and wrists. And that necessitated, we're glad to say he's fine now, but that necessitated 4 staff having to go to hospital, and without over-egging it, because they were significantly covered in blood, some of them, from saving the prisoner's life. These are the good things day and daily, never make the news. But because those 4 staff had to leave the prison for medical attention, probably anxiety and stress, 2 or 3 landings had to be locked down to accommodate that. Should any prison be running that tight?
Okay. Just looking at the entire thing, you know, you go back to March 2014, where the previous governor said we need to get staff. March the following year, this committee was told that in 2 weeks' time the recruitment process would be in full flow, and it would appear that as a result of that, there is still no boots on the floors.
The panels were running last week. Yeah.
Panels ran last week. I know a guy because I was in one of the panels.
Mm-hmm. So 21 months later, 22 months later, from a prison governor saying we badly need staff, those staff still are not on the ground. See, as opposed to blaming the individuals, I think austerity carries a lot to do with this. And I do not understand why Minister Ford did not actually identify that the cuts that was made to the prison service as a result of the cuts that was made to the justice budget had a major role to play in this, as opposed to seeking to scapegoat individuals. And I think that was wholly unprofessional of him to do that. I think it's deeply regrettable that he done it. And I say that not as someone who has any great despising of David Ford, because I've worked with him over many years, but I'd have to say that I'm hugely disappointed that he went about it in the way that he did, because essentially he's wrong. And the other aspect of it was, whenever Brenton McGuigan came to this committee, Mr McGlone questioned him for 10 to 15 minutes before he admitted that the buck stopped with the Director General. And that certainly Brenton didn't cover himself in glory in the committee during that question time. As a result of that, we're here to look for solutions, and I think having people in the corridors is absolutely fundamental to that. And I hope that recruitment process actually concludes quite soon. In terms of the actual report itself, did you have an end of report session with Mr McGuigan before
Yes, that was the Governor and Deputy Governor. What happens at the end of a report is normally on the Friday morning, the lead inspectors meet with the Governor, Deputy, Senior Management Team, Director General and other senior officials. However, and I think it's already been alluded to, on the night previous, on the 20th, that was the 21st of May, 22nd was the full hot debrief, for want of a better word. On the night before, the team leader of the inspectorate phoned the Governor up and said, well, I want to come up, see you, just to give you so there's no shocks tomorrow. And much of it is as in the report. However, and the Governor asked me the Deputy Governor to remain behind to listen what was said. The two knew at that stage it was going to be a poor report. Mm-hmm. And as part of that exchange, it was about 7:30, 25 to 8 that evening, prior to the full debrief on the Friday morning. That lead inspector broke the news, gave the scoring, and said, however, there is a leadership problem at headquarters because, Governor, you cannot recruit staff. Now, that narrative got lost somewhere. Okay. I haven't heard it repeated in any other correspondence, and it's painful to our members. That's all I'll say.
So you're saying that that was indicated to you as forming part of the report, the issue about staffing, but it wasn't actually in the report?
In fairness, I'm giving more or less an exact quote of what occurred between him and the Governor, and the Deputy listening. He never said or inferred it would appear in the report, but one would think, because if I recall, part of that wider discussion was everything, as they were inspecting, was leading back to staff shortages. One would have thought if it was critical, it might have appeared.
We recognised it to you that there were staff shortages, but it ultimately didn't end up in the report.
And I just ask, was it in the hot debrief as you described it the next morning?
No.
Okay.
And in terms of then the press conference, did what happened at the press conference coincide with what happened at the end of report?
Again, I read that. The PGA read it in fine detail. The press conference, I'll choose slightly different language. It appeared to the PGA members, staff and independent bodies was an opportunity to sensationalise for whatever reasons. Mm-hmm. I mean, inspections regularly happen and reports regularly happen. It's almost unheard of to have press conferences at the end of them. I'm a long time at this job and I may be wrong. I cannot recall another occasion there's been a press conference.
I remember whenever I was a young lad at school, a lot of the other kids talked about their dads being civil servants and they're actually police officers. Are prison governors civil servants?
According to the Minister, the Governor and Deputy Governor were senior civil servants, I think his exact quote was, when he was asked directly. I'm going to give this hopefully succinctly. All prison staff, of which governors are public servants employed under the 1953 Prisons Act that contain under Section 8 the powers of a constable. In relation to the Deputy Governor and Governor, because that's who Mr Ford had individualised and publicly referred to, they have published in their hands terms and conditions which clearly say they will serve in prisons. If I recall the Hansard correctly, he referred one of your learned gentlemen to, if you're not happy, seek the legal advice. That legal advice has been borne out in numerous judicial reviews. However, almost as if I'd prepared earlier, there was a judicial review on the prison service On the 26th of November last year, his statement was on the 9th of November. This was the 26th of November. And I can assure you, I didn't bribe the judge to say this. I'll read the section. The legal argument was about the standing of a governor v. a senior official in DOJ. This is the judge's statement. A governor rank in the prison is not, in legal terms, an official of the department, and the Caltona principle will not apply to him and her. Without insulting anyone, I will give a summary of what the Caltona. Civil servants may exercise authority on behalf of the minister. Now, I could go on and on. I have the recruitment code for the civil service, including senior civil servants. The PGA also got some of our members to apply for civil servant jobs. You're going to be surprised to know the response was, "You're prison governors. We don't give prison governors civil servant jobs." So I think I could go on and on. I want to say the key points.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman.
That's it.
Thanks very much, Chair, and I'm going to be pretty brief and hopefully succinct in the answers. Just to get back to the report here, that's the report of November last. Do you accept the professionalism of the inspectors from CJI, HMIP, RQIA and ETI?
I do indeed. I know many of them very well over many years, and the association has placed no slur on their professionalism.
That's okay, because I'm getting sort of mixed messages here about the conclusions of the report. Do you accept the conclusions of the report?
Well, that's a wide-ranging question. I've already answered previously.
No, it's not that wide-ranging. Do you accept?
Well, I can't in absolute say every single thing said in the report the PGA and our members support. But in the round, and you will notice the opening of our introduction was we welcome the report. And we do accept in the round the report.
Okay, you welcome it in the round. Well, what about the one that went before that, 3 years before it? Tell me, I'm intrigued by how these things work. This one has generated a whole lot of light, a whole lot of energy, and we hope points direction forward as to how to do things. But you don't forget about what has happened before. And if you've read your answer, you'll have read the comments that I made before. What happened to the one in 2012? Did it just lie on a shelf and gather dust? And who's responsible for making sure that that report and its conclusions, and if you accept the professionalism of those people who conducted the report, who brought their conclusions forward subsequent to the visit to the prison, then who's responsible for initiating measures to meet the shortcomings as identified in the report? I just want to get this clear. It's
okay.
A person or a structure, clearly. That's all I want to know in my mind.
It's a combination of both, and sorry to be, I can't be succinct as perhaps you'd like.
Right, well, let's hear the combination. It shouldn't take too long to explain it.
It won't. I'll try succinctness and brevity. When an inspection happens, and I think it was referred to by one of the earlier, either the Director General or the Minister, when a report inspection occurs, the action plan is formulated. The action plan should be monitored at local level, linking to headquarters level, and that's how it should move forward.
So, you've defined for me the structure. Let's see the process then. Who's responsible for moving it on?
Well, it's some of the recommendations are local, some are strategic.
Let's see that action plan. We've all seen the action plans, but if an action plan sits there and there's nobody tagged alongside it like Gary Alcock or Patsy McGlone, it could sit there and just be passed over and not acted upon. So who's responsible for the oversight of that action plan to make sure it's actually action and not forgotten about?
It sits with the establishment in combination with headquarters, and any local actions is for the Governor, team, staff to implement, and any strategic actions that aren't within the Governor's authority or gift are action through headquarters, and then monitored both locally and
So what happened to the 2012 one then?
I can't answer for that.
Why?
Well, I'm not going to make excuses for myself personally. In 2012, I was otherwise engaged. I wasn't in Maghaberry.
No, sorry. If you weren't there and don't know, that's grand.
Yeah.
But who should we ascertain from?
Well, again, I would refer you to both locally and headquarters. The action plan will have had elements of strategic recommendations, as indeed this one. Flowing from this, there'll be an action plan of which some are local, some are strategic.
I'm getting it. Plan there. Who's the person responsible or persons responsible for making sure it's done?
Well, again, apologies. The operational head of the prison service,
Right.
through a chain of command.
No, that's grand. That's okay. That's all I wanted to establish. That's okay. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry for being slow, but
No,
I
you're all right.
apologise.
I'm a wee bit slow on the time myself, but I get there, you know.
Thank you for coming to us this afternoon. It's not the POA's fault. Finley's definitely said that on the news. In fact, he says that prison bosses made a Horlicks of the system of jail office, system officers, says the chief of the POA. He also said that prison officers suffered as a result of what he called cowboys brought in from England. And said senior service management needs to wise up. Are you part of that senior service management needs to wise up?
No, I'm removed from the prison service.
So it's not the POA's fault, and it's not your fault.
No, that's incorrect, sir. You will recall the phrase I used, I think, to Mr. McCartney, and the PGA do not absolve themselves of sins either.
That's helpful.
Never have I said PGA, our members, said an absolute, it's not our fault. We're part of the problem, but we're part of the solution, and I would suggest we can rapidly enhance a very poor situation if we're involved as part of that solution and confidence given to our members again.
And as part of that solution, because it seemed to me that the POA didn't particularly want to be part of the solution, not having read the report, that you have read the report and you've interacted with the report team and will be working towards all of that. But
sorry, can I just for reasons of preciseness, the PGA haven't interacted with the report team, as in the chair of the PGA, because I haven't been there to do that.
Right. Okay. But the Prison Governors Association presumably will be doing that at some stage.
That is why I took up the invitation, or to answer another way.
Yeah.
The May inspection, the PGA weren't asked by the inspectors to meet with them.
Right.
They asked the POA and NIPSA, I think. PGA weren't invited. Myself and the secretary made a point of speaking out the team leader to say, hang on, do you not want to talk to us? And I think the team leader will confirm we spent 2 hours with him, with facts, figures, issues. Move on to this inspection. So just to answer the question, we received an invitation several weeks ago, first informally, would the PGA meet with them? And I go back to, of course we would, of course we want to. We want to fully engage, we want to be part of the solution, we want consulted, we've a lot to add.
You said team leader of the inspectorate?
Sorry?
The criminal justice inspectorate?
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant the inspectors on the ground.
No, I meant Brenda McGuigan.
Oh, the individual?
Yeah.
No, I've met with the team leader of the inspectorate. I mean, I will say for the record, I'm quite happy meeting with Brendan McGuigan, the association.
No, it's just the POA indicated that they weren't asked to engage at all. That's why I'm asking, was it...
To summarise, first inspection, PGA weren't.
Yeah.
We knocked the door.
Yeah.
This inspection, we were asked, and we took up that invitation.
Maybe you'll recommend that to Finley the next time, right?
Can possibly comment.
So, the POA are saying it's not their fault. You're certainly giving a more positive indication that you accept areas of responsibility.
Absolutely.
Because you're part of all of this. So then, is it the Director General's fault?
I think, and again, speaking on behalf of the membership, because we have had long debates in committee and local branches, no one is solely responsible, no one is innocent. We're all together. We should be all together. There is no one individual, no one group of people. You cannot have such a significant poor report and point the finger, on this occasion, to individuals, but any individuals. We're a prison service. We're a structure. We're a public body. We all have to accept degrees of responsibility and accountability.
And in accepting those, there are times when people do actually have to face the appropriate disciplinary action, and that results in change.
Well, there was no disciplinary action.
No.
Yeah.
But ultimately, that is what can happen, even in the public service.
No, sorry, if we're talking in general terms, sorry, absolutely.
Yeah. So, for people to be moved inside the public service is quite often an alternative to other disciplinary action.
Well, again, I don't want to focus on two individuals, but I've clearly set out to the chair and the committee the difference of prison governors, prison officers to a civil servant, admin colleague.
But they all, and I appreciate we don't particularly personalise this, but prison staff, prison officers, officer grade, governor grade or whatever, have the same rights of appeal if they think it's something that they have a grievance or they think they've been unfairly or unreasonably treated. They do have rights of appeal.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Are there any appeals ongoing at the moment?
Are you now referring to two individuals?
Yes.
No, I prefer the PGA does not wish to get down into the weeds of two individuals.
Okay, that's fair enough. Where do we go from here?
I think I have tried to answer that earlier, but again, not wanting to appear evasive. The PGA wants recovery. It wants brought into the tent. It wants part of consultation. The prison service generally, Maghaberry specifically, will not succeed without governors, members. We want to re-engage, have a healthy working relationship where our members feel valued, where our members aren't now fearful, because the common thread of some of which you're alluding to is if they've done that to the two most senior prison governors in the system, what chance have we?
Well, do you believe that you have? Do you believe that that relationship has now changed with a new governor?
Well, you've seen the evidence of that yourself.
And you would accept that the new governor has made change?
Yep.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. That's everybody. So can I thank the PGA? So I wonder if any time to run golf tournaments when you've all this in your hand. Thank you. Thank you very much. Lower lengthy session, but very useful. So, thanks very much.
A long one.
We've been waiting.
Members, just I'm going to adjourn for 5 minutes.
Assembly, Committee Room 30.
Very useful that we get retrospective Hansard. So can I get agreement that we do that?
Yeah.
And secondly, I'm getting nervous that people are going to drift away, so can we flip the agenda and do our report first, because we need to get agreement in this report, time critical, and then we'll take our evidence session on youth justice after that. Everyone happy enough to do that?
30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Various reports that were discussed.
Yes. Yeah. No, I think we've got to know about that.
Might it be better, Chair, to postpone the youth justice?
They're here.
We are going.
2 o'clock.
Well, I know, but we're going to lose members. I have to leave probably the next 15, 20 minutes.
I do too.
Who can stay?
I can stay.
Sure, Danny's delighted he joined us.
Come here.
I'm just coming.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30.
Which is consideration and approval of our committee report. Hopefully it'll not take us too long. I think it was fairly non-controversial when we were going through it. But it's important that we get that done today. Any typographical or formatting errors will be amended at the proofing stage of the report. If there's any proposed amendments, if you let me know as well. So if members had a chance to go through it at any length of time? Yep. Okay, well, look, what we'll do is we'll go the formal agreement of the report then, and we'll go through it just as members will be aware from other committees and other things that we've done as well. First of all, the title page, committee membership and powers, table of contents and list of abbreviations. Can I refer to that at the front of the report? And I'll put the question to members or members' content that title page, committee membership, powers, table of contents and list of abbreviations stand part of the report.
Yep.
Thank you. Then can I refer you to the introduction section at paragraphs 1 through to 24 and ask our members' content that the introduction at paragraphs 1 to 24 stand part of the report?
Great. Yep.
Thank you. Then consideration of the provisions in the bill section of the report, which are paragraphs 25 through to 189. And can I ask our members' content that the section on consideration of the provisions in the bill, paragraphs 25 to 189, stand part of the report?
Yep.
Thank you. Refer then to the consideration of other proposed provisions for inclusion in the bill, paragraphs 190 to 257. And again, put the formal question: are members content that the section on the consideration of other proposed provisions for inclusion in the bill at paragraphs 190 through to 257 stand part of the report?
Yes.
Thank you. Then we'll go through the clause-by-clause consideration, which are at paragraphs 258 through to 332. And again, members, I'll ask our members content that the section, the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill at paragraphs 258 to 332 stand part of the report. Yep.
See, just maybe somewhere else. I thought we put in that we were going to oppose the national security.
Sorry.
It might be tabled somewhere else, and that's okay.
It's at the very start of the section.
That's okay. That's right. That's fair enough. As long as it's in, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay, Christian. It's okay.
Please check it for you.
At the clause-by-clause consideration, some members also expressed reservations by clause 38,
that's okay,
which requires the President and indicated their intention to oppose the clause at consideration stage.
That's okay.
Okay, thank you. And then appendices. Can I refer members to appendices 1 to 10 of the report, which include Appendix 1, minutes of proceedings, 2, minutes of evidence, written submissions, memoranda and correspondence from the Department on the provisions of the bill and proposed amendments, correspondence relating to the proposed amendments by the Department of Justice to Firearms legislation at 5. Appendix 6 is correspondence relating to the proposed amendments by the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development to the Welfare of Animals Act. 7 is correspondence relating to the proposed amendment by Lord Morrow, which may be taken up by somebody else now. 8, correspondence relating to the proposed amendment by McRae. 9, correspondence relating to possible legislative changes to improve online protection for children. 10, Northern Ireland Assembly research papers, and 11, list of witnesses. So, are members content that the appendices stand part of the report?
Agreed.
Thank you, members. Executive summary then. Are members content that the executive summary stands part of the report?
Yeah.
Thank you. And in minutes of today's meeting, you're happy enough if I approve the extract from minutes today that covers the consideration and approval of the committee report.
Yep.
And that'll be published in the report and then replaced by the full minutes of the meeting once they've been agreed by the committee for inclusion in the published report. And in publishing the report, can I put the question that the Committee for Justice is content for the report on Justice No.2 Bill to be published? Okay, and members happy enough to issue an electronic copy of the bill report to all of the organisations and individuals who provided evidence to the committee on the bill? Yep. Okay. Well, that completes committee stage of the Justice No.2 Bill, so thank you all for your patience and contributions, and it'll then come back to the floor of the House. Okay, then we'll go back to agenda item 6 then, and take our evidence session. Danny's really the tuck shop in the interim.
It's just as combined.
Oh, dear. It's a great committee to be on. Huh? It's open till 7 o'clock if anybody needs to know.
Yep. Is there?
You get a coffee or a...
Right, okay, sorry, just before we do this, the SRs are there to go through, just as one of them, which is a little bit time sensitive. Would you mind just taking a seat in the gallery just for 2 seconds? We're going to go through these SRs and then we'll take you.
It'll only be a couple of hours.
So, look, we'll go through agenda item 8 then quickly, which is the Firearms Variation of Fees Order. Refer to page 420 of your packs. Members will recall the meeting on the 1st of October. We'd agreed that we were content with the proposal for a statutory rule to amend Schedule 6 of the Firearms Order 2004, which sets out firearm licensing fees. At that stage, the Department indicated it had the intention to have the provisions made on or before the 1st of December 2015. The statutory rule only deals with existing fees. New fees and other policy changes are being brought forward through the Justice No.2 Bill, as members will be aware. Subsequently, the Department advised the Committee that the Minister believed that a commencement date of the 22nd of February gives a reasonable lead-in period for the introduction of the change and time for publicity regarding the changes. Statute Rule Number 2015/405 was laid by the Department on the 15th of December. It is subject to the negative resolution procedure, and there have been no changes to the policy content since the SL1 was submitted to the committee. The examiners indicated that whilst he has no technical issues to raise with regard to the rule, he does intend to reference it in his next report to be published on the 15th of January due to a small point in relation to a reference in the Interpretation Act with the regulations. So if members are content, then I'll put the question formally that the Committee for Justice considers Statute Rule Number 2015/405, the Firearms Variation of Fees Order Northern Ireland 2015, and has no objection to the rule. We're content. 9, agenda 9 is can refer to page 432. Again, remind members on the 7th of January we'd agreed that we were content with a statutory rule to amend the 1980 rules in the Court of Judicature to enable the High Court to order the making of interim payments in personal injury cases involving 2 or more defendants. Statutory Rule number 2015/415 was laid by the Department on the 16th of December and is subject to the negative resolution procedure. There have been no changes to the policy content, and the examiner has indicated he's no issues to raise with regard to the technical aspects of the rule. So again, I'll put the question formally to the committee that the Committee for Justice considers Statutory Rule number 2015/415, the Rules of the Court of Judicature, Northern Ireland Amendment 3, 2015, and has no objection to the rule. Content?
Yep.
Thank you. Agenda 10 then, 441 in your packs. Back on the 4th of February, the committee agreed it was content with the proposed statutory rule to amend the PSNI Regulations 2005 to increase from 26 to 52 the number of weeks to be reckoned for pay, pension and leave purposes whilst on maternity leave. Statutory Rule 2015/419 was laid by the Department on the 23rd of December and is subject to the negative resolution procedure. There have been no changes to the policy content, and the examiners indicated he has no issues either. So again, I'll put the formal question to the committee that the committee considered Statutory Rule number 2015/419, Police Service Northern Ireland Amendment Regulations 2015, and has no objections to the rule. Agreed?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. We'll quickly do the other ones then. Agenda item 11, review of certain provisions of mental health tribunal rules, page 449. The Department's advised the committee in October of its intention to publish a targeted consultation paper seeking views on certain provisions in the Mental Health Review Tribunal rules of 1986. The rules are made by the Department after consultation with the Lord Chief Justice and are subject to the negative resolution procedure. The purpose of the targeted consultation was to seek views on whether the rules should be amended to give the Tribunal discretion to bridge time limits for all proceedings following judicial review proceedings which indicated that the current procedure may not be compliant with Article 5 of the European Convention. The Department has now provided the results of the targeted consultation and indicated that whilst the responses are broadly in favour of changing the rules, consultation responses from the perspective of the responsible authority expressed views that the amendment would have significant resource implications for health and social care trusts. The Department acknowledges there may be some costs associated with the amendments, as there is an exception that the changes will lead to an increase in applications for review during the initial stage of detention, resulting in a rise in legal aid and tribunal costs, but views these as a consequence of ensuring compliance with the European Convention. Are members content to note the results of that? Yep. Agenda item 12 then is the Committee for Justice EU Priorities, page 503. Members, in December that we considered correspondence from the Committee on OFM-DFM requesting a report from each statutory committee on EU priorities for 2016 and the work we'd undertaken in relation to its 2015 European priorities and agreed a draft report that should be prepared for consideration. The draft report is at page 505 of your packs, and that this is the Assembly mandate is due to conclude in March the EU priorities for 2016, which have been identified in the Commission work programme and the Committee's current work streams are primarily highlighted as suggested areas that the incoming Committee of Justice may wish to consider in the next mandate. So are we happy enough with that report? Yep. Excellent. Okay. Right. Without any further delay, we'll move on to back to agenda item 6. So if I invite our guests forward, just to remind the committee representatives from Include Youth and Children's Law Centre, intending to outline issues regarding the implementation of the Youth Justice Review recommendations. Members will find the relevant papers at page 320 of your packs. I welcome Paddy Mooney, Director of Include Youth, Paula Rogers, Paddy Kelly and John Patrick Clayton as well. So I think the two Paddys are going to outline some initial comments, and then we'll open up to questions after that. Can I also just apologise for keeping it quite so long? We didn't anticipate that our first two sessions were as lengthy as they are, but we do appreciate you staying, and hopefully we'll have enough members to make a contribution. So whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. And can I also express our gratitude to the committee for, despite the length of the session you've just had, for staying with us and taking our evidence here today. Committee members will be aware of the work of both the Children's Law Centre and Include Youth, and it therefore would not be my intention to take up the committee's time in reflecting and rehearsing the nature of our work. I do, however, think it's important that the committee is aware of the longevity of the work of both organisations. Both organisations have, for at least 18 years, worked in partnership with government to build an effective and human rights compliant youth justice system. Our approach has always been one of partnership with both government and politicians to protect the best interest of children. As the committee will be aware, the Youth Justice Review was undertaken as a result of commitments made in the Hillsborough Agreement to review how children and young people are processed at all stages in the criminal justice system, including detention, to ensure compliance with international obligations and best practice. The Hillsborough Agreement is a vital part of the constitutional peace settlement in Northern Ireland, and given the commitment it contains to review the youth justice system, its constitutional political importance must be recognised and given effect. The Justice Committee has done a considerable amount of work in respect of ensuring the integrity of the Youth Justice Review as agreed in Hillsborough. We are also very encouraged by the recent work undertaken by you to consider in detail the challenges of the youth justice system. Unfortunately, since the Youth Justice Review made its recommendations in September 2011, we have growing concerns about an emerging pattern of the review recommendations not being implemented either to the letter or in spirit, and my colleague Paddy Mooney will outline for the committee some of our main concerns. This pattern of non-implementation emerged from as far back as December 2013, when CJINI concluded that only 19% of recommendations have been achieved. 50% were assessed as having had limited or no progress. Very worryingly, DOJ has not reported back to the Committee for Justice on the overall implementation of the recommendations contained within the Youth Justice Review since February 2014, which is nearly 2 years ago. In its second and final report on monitoring progress on the implementation of the Youth Justice Review's recommendation, published in December 2015, CJINI stated that only 59% of the accepted recommendations of the Youth Justice Review had been achieved, and that 41% had not been achieved. They noted that this fell far short of the 90% target that the Minister had set to be achieved by 2014. CJINI reflected our concerns when they highlighted a loss of momentum in implementing the recommendations of the Youth Justice Review, evidenced not least by the fact that the implementation for the Youth Justice Review has not been updated since early 2014. We are very concerned by potential cuts in the Youth Justice Agency budget. Cuts to the budget of the Youth Justice Agency is a false economy and will result in increased costs associated with the failure to divert children away from the criminal justice system. We are also very concerned by the absence of independent scrutiny of the JJC. It is important and very concerning that currently there is no future role for CJINI in monitoring the implementation of the recommendations of the Youth Justice Review. It is therefore, in our view, critical that the Committee for Justice continue to seek to ensure that the recommendations of the Youth Justice Review are implemented. As you will be aware, in May 2015, the Minister for Justice announced that the DOJ would conduct a scoping study in relation to how children involved in or in the fringes of the youth justice system are dealt with. Many of the issues that the Minister has said the scoping study will look at, such as the high number of children detained in custody under the Police and Criminal Evidence Northern Ireland Order in 1989 and on remand, are those that were considered by the Youth Justice Review team in its report published as far back as September 2011. This leads to obvious concerns that what is being undertaken is a review of a review, rather than progressing with the implementation of the recommendations that have already been made in the Youth Justice Review. CLC and Include Youth are very concerned that as of September 2014, the DOJ Reducing Offending Division became the sponsors of the Youth Justice Agency. CJINI has noted that this represented a significant shift, as the Youth Justice Agency is now clearly aligned with the Northern Ireland Prison Service, as the head of the Reducing Offending Division is also NIP's Director General. This means effectively the NIP's Director General has overall responsibility for the implementation of the Youth Justice Review. This realignment of the Youth Justice Agency and youth justice effectively within NIPS causes significant concern, as we believe that the youth justice system should remain separate and distinct from the criminal justice system as it applies to adults. In CLC and Include Youth's view, it is vital that a childcare-centred ethos is prioritised within the youth justice system. Any return to a more prison-orientated approach would be regressive, extremely worrying and non-compliant with international children's rights standards, and has a real potential to undermine what we all collectively have achieved over the last 20 years. It is also our view that the same diligence and scrutiny should be applied in giving effect to the independent review of youth justice as being applied to the review of prisons, and that, in fact, children in the criminal justice system should be prioritised to ensure our shared purpose of diverting them away from the criminal justice system. Paddy Mooney will now outline our shared concerns in relation to the non-implementation of some specific recommendations of the Youth Justice Review.
Thank you, Paddy. Following on from Paddy's introduction, I want to now focus on some specific issues in relation to the recommendations of the Youth Justice Review, issues which we feel have not been fully implemented and which we believe, taken together, demonstrate clear examples of the dilution and contraction of the review recommendations. Delay in statutory time limits. Recommendation 15 of the review dealt with the issue of delay. As we know, delay is not good for the young person or the victim. In their 2011 report, the review team said, and I quote, "There is one issue which stands out above all others as being in urgent need of reform, and that is the unconscionable delay in dealing with cases across the criminal justice system." They also said that this problem had been raised repeatedly in previous reports over the years. They recommended that statutory time limits should be introduced on an end-to-end basis, covering the stages from arrest to disposal for a period of no more than 120 days. It is therefore deeply disappointing that the Criminal Justice Inspector has deemed this recommendation as not having been achieved. We are extremely concerned that 4 years on from the recommendation being made, and after much consultation and engagement with the sector, that an end-to-end statutory time limit has not been delivered and will not be delivered within this Assembly mandate. International children's rights standards state that children should always be detained separately from adults. Recommendation 16 called for the end to the practice of allowing the courts to send under 18-year-olds to Hydebank Wood. While we welcome the fact that no under 18-year-old has been held in Hydebank Secure College since November 2012, we are still pushing to see this reflected in a change in legislation. The Department of Justice has put in place an administrative policy solution to give effect to this recommendation, but ultimately this change needs to be underpinned in legislation. Unless legislation is brought forward to prohibit the detention of children alongside adults, it will remain possible for this to occur in the future. We believe also that custody is still not being used as a last resort and remain concerned about the overrepresentation of looked after children within the justice system. We still have a situation where young people are being detained in the Juvenile Justice Centre under pace because suitable appropriate accommodation cannot be found, and too many of those young people are from a care background. The Youth Justice Review team made strong and distinct recommendations on this. None of these 4 recommendations were deemed as being achieved by the Criminal Justice Inspectorate. In figures supplied to us by the Youth Justice Agency, we see that from October 2014 until September 2015, looked after children represented 40% of individual young people admitted under PACE. Many of the young people, up to 50%, detained under PACE go on to be released on bail and do not receive custodial sentences. Clearly, this is evidence that custody is not being used as a last resort. The inappropriate detention of extremely vulnerable children needs to stop. Such calls have been made for many years, and proposals on how to address it have also been long discussed. It is deeply worrying that the Inspector's recommendations have not been met. Moving on to the impact that having a criminal record has on young people. The Youth Justice Review correctly noted the damage a criminal record can have on young people's futures and their ability to turn over a new leaf and take up employment. The team recommended that diversionary disposals should not attract a criminal record and that young people should be allowed to apply for a clean slate at 18. These recommendations have not been achieved. While we have seen some development around the introduction of filtering, we are of the view that more needs to be done to implement the recommendations. Youth engagement clinics have now been operational since 2012, and we are supportive of any initiative which diverts young people from the criminal justice system and welcome the efforts that are being made to limit the involvement of young people in the system. But we have major concerns about the numbers of young people coming through the clinic process and accepting diversionary disposals without having had legal advice. The latest available figures state that up to May 2014, of the 310 clinic cases, a solicitor was only present in 25 cases. Diversionary disposals such as restorative caution, informed warning and diversionary youth conference can all potentially be disclosed as part of a future criminal records check. It is critical that young people understand the implications of accepting a diversionary measure. The Criminal Justice Inspectorate remains concerned also about access to legal advice, so clearly this is an issue which needs urgent attention. Finally, I want to make committee members aware of some concerns we have about the current educational provision within the Juvenile Justice Centre. The Juvenile Justice Centre has seen considerable changes in staffing in recent months, and this has impacted on staffing levels within the Education Learning Centre. In answer to a recently submitted Assembly question, Minister Ford noted that the overall number of teachers employed in the ELC has reduced to just 3 from 6, and the number of permanent staff employed in the ELC has reduced from 13 to 6. These figures, along with the reduction in the average number of hours of education per child per week, going from 20 hours in 2014 to 15 hours in 2015, give us due cause for concern. We welcome the recent announcement on the transfer of responsibility for education in the JJC to the Education Authority, and we also welcome the current discussions the Director has instigated with a range of education providers, including ourselves. Clearly, it is recognised that improvement is needed. We would ask members to do what they can to ensure that the education provision for those young people currently detained in the Juvenile Justice Centre is of the highest quality possible. Thank you, and we are happy to take questions now.
Okay, thank you very much. Alban and Sammy need to get away first, so pick Alban first.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm obliged to you for doing that. Just the point on the Director General looking after the youth justice processing of forms and so on. That it does jar a bit, but on the other hand, you know, who in your opinion would be best placed to look after it? There has to be somebody, and it may well be that the Director General isn't appropriate, but who do you think might be appropriate in the circumstances?
I don't think that we are in a position to name an individual or particular position.
Well, I mean an office maybe, rather than an individual.
I think our point is very clearly that there has to be a clear separation of youth justice from prison service.
Yes.
So that is the key point, is a particular individual. And I think we have seen a regression that we can actually track from when prisons took responsibility for the Youth Justice Agency. So the absence of an implementation plan since 2014, failed to legislate in relation to STLs, the absence of a youth justice policy team, the absence now of an independent person appointed by the Social Security Inspector or the DHSSPS, who used to be calling the DHSS, who went in on a regular basis to the JJC. That post no longer exists, which we think is a significant issue in terms of independent. And I suppose the lack of implementation of youth justice recommendations, as evidenced by the Criminal Justice Inspectorate report, for us reflect a lack of focus. And then the example in terms of Highbank Wood, the failure to legislate to prevent under 18s going to Highbank Wood, and an example that happened recently whereby there was a proposal that under 18s would go to Highbank Wood for education purposes. Both Include Youth and ourselves raised serious concerns in relation to that, and we're thankful that wasn't progressed.
Yep.
So what we're saying is that it would be our view that the subsuming effectively of the Youth Justice Agency into prisons is reflected in that regression, and also the failure to implement and to guard against that and to ensure proper implementation. It's imperative that that decoupling happens, that the proper priority is given to the Youth Justice Review that it demands by virtue of being part of the Hillsborough Agreement and Constitutional Settlement. So whilst I don't think we would be in a position to actually identify a particular person or a particular post, what we would say is that it is not appropriate that someone who has the responsibility, the huge responsibility for Maghaberry and other such issues that are very live in relation to be dealt with in DOJ, should have responsibility as well for taking forward such an important issue as the Youth Justice Review.
I get your point. It's very, very well made, and it is disappointing. Only 95% of the recommendations have not been implemented.
I don't think it's quite as high as 95%. I think the figure the CJINI stated, I think, was 41% haven't been achieved.
41%. So, but it's still a very high.
Absolutely.
I've just got the figures back to front. But, forgive me for that. But what you're really saying is the whole process has to be rebooted and given a sort of standalone position rather than being subsumed under the Director General. Just one final point, Chair, if you indulge me. Just in relation to the youth engagement clinics, I do think it's serious that quite a high number of young people are not legally represented at youth engagement clinics. I just wonder what the reason for that is, because there could be serious consequences, because you may get a criminal record. It may be a very minor one, but nonetheless you may get that. And if you haven't been given proper legal advice, you're signing up to something which might damage you in the future when you become an adult. So I'm not sure what the reason for this is, but I'm surprised it's so low.
It's something that has caused us a lot of concern, and it's something that we highlighted from the very first point where youth engagement clinics were being mooted, I think, which was back in the summer of 2012. That I think the goal behind the clinics and the idea behind the clinics was to try and speed up the process, reduce delay, and also to try and allow young people, in the department's view, to try and make better informed decisions. But the point we made from the very start was that to allow that to happen, young people have to have that independent legal representative with them to help them understand the consequences of issues like diversion, and particularly given that the filtering scheme has come in since then, which has changed the criminal records regime and particularly has an effect in relation to diversion. I think you're absolutely right. There are serious consequences there which young people have to be aware of. The difficulty I think there has been, and it is borne out by the figures that we have in terms of young people not having a legal representative, is that whilst it is made clear to the young people, and whilst it should be made clear to the young people that legal aid is available and that they can have a legal representative, the uptake of that has been low. And I think there maybe is, and CJINI has noted it in its report, there has been steps taken to try and encourage young people to get legal advice, but I do think more needs to be done in that area going forwards. And we've had conversations with the Law Society, we've had conversations with the department, we've had conversations with the PSNI to try and ensure that young people aren't only aware that they can have a legal representative, but are actually actively encouraged to bring along a legal representative, because right now the clinic's policy would be that if a young person has made an admission prior to the clinic in relation to the offence, there isn't the requirement necessarily that they have a legal representative with them. We would say that young persons should have a legal representative in all circumstances.
Yeah.
So we think there is still a body of work to be done there, and it is very concerning to us, and it does link directly in with the issue of criminal records disclosures going forward.
I think it's worrying as well because the huge majority of the young people going through the clinics do accept a diversionary disposal.
Yep.
I'm not sure of the exact figure, JP, but it's incredibly high percentage do actually accept the disposal. So if you have young people in a situation where they don't quite understand the implications, as you said, that this could come back to haunt them, it has serious considerations for their future, really.
I agree with that.
And I know the work that we do in Include Youth, where we run employability programmes with young people, so we see this on a day-to-day basis, that young people come to us and issues do come back to bite them, actually, and it can be for the most minor indiscretions when they were very young, but it does have serious implications for their future.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Just on Alwyn's first point about where youth justice sit, I think it was in one of my more radical moments I'd suggested that you could construct an argument that actually it should sit with education, and if you really want to remove it from adult criminal justice stuff, I mean, do you have any views on that, and whether is it viable? And would it be desirable to have it sit within the Department of Education?
There was at one stage prior to the devolution of justice that there was, we were certainly talking to members, MLAs at the time, about the possibility of devolving separately, because the issues obviously were different, devolving youth justice to sit within health. So certainly that conversation has been had, and if you look at the profile of children and young people who are in the justice system, quite a significant number. I think it's, the last figures that we got very recently from the DOJ, I think in response again to an Assembly question, is that between 45 to 65% of those children have mental health needs. We've already referenced the high representation of looked after children, the disproportionate mourning representation of looked after children, and what if, and I'm sure the committee are aware of it, is the profile of these children mean quite often they are moving from a care scenario into justice, back to care, whatever else. So I think there is a conversation to be had in terms of where justice best sits, and certainly we would be happy to contribute to that, whether it is within education or within health. And from the Children's Law Centre, I can talk to Include Youth in relation to this, but I'd say for us it would sit more comfortably from a children's rights perspective and a child-centred approach within either of those departments, as opposed to within Northern Ireland Prison Service.
I suppose from our point of view, Include Youth, we would agree, concur with that totally. I mean, if you think about the fact that employment is probably seen as the greatest deterrent to young people offending, and the pathway to that is through education and training, then it makes sense in order to combat the numbers of young people who are progressing on in terms of criminality, that we cut that short as soon as possible, and the best way to do it is through education, training and employment.
Thanks so much for the presentation so far. Paddy, you had mentioned about the reduction of teaching staff and also reduction of hours for young people in the Juvenile Justice Centre. What sort of impact will that have on those young people? I think the hours went down from 20
to 15, yeah, and we know that has impacted greatly in terms of the type and nature of the provision that young people are receiving there. If you think that the total staff went down from 13 to 6, and the actual teaching staff was halved from 6 to 3, then obviously the capacity isn't there at present, and we would be arguing that it's good that it's moving over to the Educational Authority, but we need to see proper resources, and we need to see the education provision being of the highest possible quality for those young people. I mean, education is by far the way in which young people are going to come out of the criminal justice system, and we know that. So, I mean, all efforts need to be made to properly resource that.
I suppose another aspect is that young people often get attached to teachers as well. suddenly leave all of a sudden.
Yeah.
The other thing I was going to ask about, you mentioned about the education provision being transferred to the Education Authority in May. Again, what challenges does Include Youth face as a result of that?
Well, I think that for us, we want to see that it's properly resourced. Now, I mean, we do welcome the director's involvement of other providers of education and training in terms of a discussion as to what shape that education will look like in the future. And we have been involved to date with the director in terms of putting forward our views in terms of how we would shape that. So I think that that's important, but I think that it's all down to resources, Sammy. You know, we can do so much, but we can do so much more if there's adequate resources there.
So,
Thank you, Chair.
and I actually come in on that issue just very. I mean, to echo what Paddy said is, we would feel very strongly that. The money associated with those posts that are no longer there, for example, the 3 teaching posts, now needs to be ring-fenced and protected, and DOJ must pass that money over to the Education Authority to guarantee that money is maintained, but also given maybe the level of education provision in the past, which CJINI were very critical of in the last, there needs to be additional money made available in terms of education provision in relation to the JJC. One other point, I mean, we do a lot of work across a whole range of education law as well, and we are very conscious of the complex nature, for example, for children with special education needs in relation to statementing and that. So in terms of the transfer, there needs to be a recognition that that will be requires additional resources. A lot of these children will have special education needs. So there needs to be alert in terms of that, in terms of resources, how to ensure the statements are obtained for those particular children. And perhaps at the other end of the spectrum, in terms of education provision, we would say the Education Authority and DOJ need to be aware that some of these children are potentially going to go on to third level education. And that level of provision needs to be put in place as well in terms of those children accessing the curriculum. Certainly in my many years working on this particular issue, I'm aware of a number of children who have gone from the JJC on to university and have qualified and you know, have made that transition. So I think those are some of the challenges. And again, we're very happy to work with both the Education Authority and the DOJ in trying to ensure those children get access to education.
I mean, I think that's a point well made, and I suppose that it's good that you come up here and to inform us what's happening, but it's also about how can we respond to it. And I'm just wondering, Chair, taking on Paddy's point, Chair, could we write to would it be the Minister in terms of the where the money's been saved, but it should be recirculated within that provision? Would that be okay?
Thanks, Danny.
Thanks, Chair. Welcome, and thanks very much indeed for your patience. And I'll attempt to be brief on the basis that it's probably better to end the meeting the same day it began.
Building closes at 8.
Interested in a number of things as the conversation has developed. In terms of the agency itself, there seems to be contained within the reports issues of staff morale, staff leaving, early redundancies, and if you like, the draining away of the agency, and clearly that has its own impact. And I just wanted to check if you wanted to say any more on that, to drill down a bit as to the reasons why that's either happened or been allowed to happen. I think the other thing, the issue of the looked after children, I think is important. And I think on the back of what the Chairman said in terms of where all of this work sits, I think I share your general view that it doesn't sit best under the Prison Service. I'm not sure that there's been a significant discussion, even with the realignment of government departments, as to whether or not it could be moved to another department. And it might, even at this late stage, it may at least be worth to highlight that and to have a further discussion on that. So I think those are the main issues. Levels of staffing, etc.
I'll maybe start by addressing the point you made around looked after children, if that's all right. I think you're absolutely right. It is something that's caused us concern for a very, very long time. Generally, looked after children do seem to be overrepresented within the youth justice system, and you can particularly see that in custody. And it's a trend that the Youth Justice Review observed in 2011, and it was obviously a trend that had been occurring for a number of years prior to 2011. And since 2011, and the Youth Justice Review's recommendations have been made, we've continued to see that as well. So we've seen that the levels of admissions to the Juvenile Justice Centre under the Police and Criminal Evidence Northern Ireland Order, so under the PACE legislation as we would call it, did go up over a period of a number of years. They've reduced in the last year, but they're still at very high levels. And a concern that we have always had is that when you look inside those figures, you do see that a high number of children in those figures are children who are already in care. And there does seem to be an issue there in terms of the range and availability of alternative accommodation for those young people. So if you had a scenario, for example, maybe where a young person who was in care, particularly young people who are in residential care homes, if they were accused of a criminal offence that maybe took place is alleged to have taken place within the care home or against a member of staff of the care home, the difficulty seems to be whenever they are dealt with by police in the first instance, where do they return to? And unfortunately, the scenario seems to be that an awful lot of those children are ending up being placed in the Juvenile Justice Centre, possibly only for a short period of time to then be released on bail. So there does seem to be an issue there, a significant issue around alternative accommodation. And unfortunately, what the Criminal Justice Inspectorate report has highlighted, and Paddy made reference to it in his opening remarks, is that there were several recommendations within the Youth Justice Review around that issue, and they haven't been achieved. And it is something that has caused us an awful lot of concern, and it is an area where we feel like the issues have been quite well canvassed and quite well debated, and we've debated them with the departments and with the agency and with the JJC directly and with PSNI for a number of years, but we just unfortunately don't feel that the solutions are being put in place to deal with that issue. So
generally, your view is that children are better outside the rather more malign influences that they would come under within, custody from other people.
I think the concern, in a way, actually, is that, and the Youth Justice Review talked about this, that if a child is in the care of the state, under the PACE legislation, they talk about detaining the child to a place of safety, effectively in their own interest. So the concern, actually, in a way, is that the Juvenile Justice Centre is seen as that place of safety. So the difficulty we would have is that children are being detained in custody whenever they're already in care, and there should be a placement for them outside of custody that's available. There should be a range of alternative options there, somewhere else for them to be placed, rather than having to cross the threshold, as it were, of going into custody. And the issue that CJINI has raised previously, and the Youth Justice Review has raised as well, is that if, and we know this from the figures that the Youth Justice Agency produce, if any of those children are then being released from custody quite quickly, it does beg the question of whether they needed to go into custody at all in the first place. So from children's rights perspective, your concern would be, is custody being used as a measure of last resort? And unfortunately, we just see a pattern there that suggests to us that it's not.
Any other issues?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, labour that point a little bit.
I'm just reflecting on some of the statistics that are available in relation to this issue you've raised. Between the 1st of January 2015 and the 30th of November 2015, 23.7% of the Youth Justice Agency staff left. And then between the figures for the sickness leave in the Youth Justice Agency between, in the JJC, sorry, apologies, between 2013 and 14 and 14-15 effectively doubled. And I think that is obviously having a huge impact in terms of that reduction in staff, in terms of dealing with with very vulnerable children and children who need a lot of care and support in that, I would be afraid that that would have a significant impact. So you've reduced staff because of either voluntary exit or people who have left, or and you have a very high sickness level, and yet you have a group of children who have very significant needs, and that is bound to have a negative impact both on staff morale but also on the children and young people. And I think Paddy has highlighted how that is impacting, for example, in relation to access to education, where the figures have reduced from 20 hours per week to 15 hours per week, and that's reflective of the cuts in teaching staff. So it is a major concern in terms of the reduction of human resources. In terms of
surely the percentage, 23%, did you say?
23.7%
allowed to leave.
Yes, have left.
That's bound to be disproportionate to other agencies and bodies.
Yeah, and my understanding is that the JJC has a particularly high sickness rate as compared to other.
Why would that be so? Is it the stress involved in the work, or is it just more to do with less staff and all of that? That vicious circle rather than the virtual circle?
I don't think we have any evidential basis to comment on that, but what I would say is that the sickness levels have gone up significantly. So they were, I think, in 13-14 it was, I think it was 11.5 average working days lost per staff member in 13-14, and in 14-15 that's gone up to 22.2. So there's a very significant, nearly doubling. And the figures that we have for the 8 months to, I'm just trying to check what it is, but 8 months of this year would suggest that it is going to rise further to over 23%, in sickness level in the JJC.
If I can come in, Paddy, I think there is a concern as well about protecting the child-centred ethos, which is very much there in Woodlands JJC at the minute, and both of our organisations and others working with children and young people lobbied and fought hard for the particular ethos that is there in the centre at the minute. It is very particular, it's very distinct, and it needs to be protected. And if we see this type of fall in staff, and we see a change in structure and so on, the potential for that child-centred ethos to come under threat is quite high. And the Criminal Justice Inspector, in their report of May 2015, did allude to the fact that potentially that ethos could be under threat, and they were concerned about it at that stage. So obviously we need to keep a watching brief on that, and certainly we would ask the committee members for the need to keep a really close eye on the work that, Woodlands is held up internationally as being an incredibly high standard of work. And the ethos that is there needs to be showcased and is showcased on the international stage. So I think we don't want to lose that. We want to protect it. It's very important that we don't lose something in these changes that we have seen, and the challenges. We accept there are challenges as well, and it's about supporting the work that's done there. It's about supporting the staff as well.
Yeah. Just to explore a bit more on the voluntary redundancy and the numbers. 23%. How many people does that represent?
I think it is, I just have the figures here, 67 staff left the Youth Justice Agency from the 1st of January 2015 to the 30th of November 2015. And that includes those left under the voluntary exit scheme, and a further 9 staff were redeployed.
Okay.
So it's that's the Youth Justice Agency.
Yes. The voluntary exit scheme would normally apply to those of a certain age.
Absolutely.
And whatever. Do you have any stats? Who's got the stats on the profile of staff? Is that possible to?
The Youth Justice Agency would have that if the committee would.
Maybe useful to look at that in a bit more detail, because it seems terribly high from one organisation effectively to have lost such expertise, presumably. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, Raymond.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, thank you very much for your patience. Just in relation, I just want to continue on the discussion around the bail and remand, because there were a number of recommendations in the report, and again, they just seem to be too short. But what steps do you think should be taken to offset that scenario where a child in care is needlessly remanded if they were, in our circumstance, business safely would be somewhere else?
I
think that, I mean, as I was explaining, it is an issue that causes us an awful lot of concern, and I think the accommodation issue is really in a sense, the crux of this. In that, particularly for those children who are in care, the Youth Justice Review asked the question, I think it's the right question, why would a child in care need a place of safety? So what our concern would be is that the recommendations have been that there needs to be a range of alternative appropriate accommodation, and it's also something that was highlighted by the Law Commission in their review of bail law as well. But the steps to put that in place don't seem to have, or actually putting it in place, I think, hasn't come forward yet. So CJINI in its report has highlighted that discussions have been held and that there has been debate around it and so on. But the actual physical site, if that is the way to look at it, or the actual accommodation options don't seem to be there right now. So whilst we know that the PACE numbers have gone down, there does seem to be an element of some of those, because the JJC has refused to admit some of those children, and we don't seem to have yet any kind of concrete alternative accommodation provision there. So I think that is really probably the crux from the looked after child perspective, is having those alternative options there so that they're not needlessly, as you say, being taken into custody.
In most circumstances, if there's an alleged offence made in the care setting, they're not allowed to go back. They're not allowed to go back to that same care setting.
I don't know if I'd say that was necessarily the case across all instances, but that is one of the problems that's been identified, is that if you have a scenario where a child is in care and they're accused of committing an offence in the children's home, and the residential children's home they're in, there maybe is an issue there of them returning back to that particular placement. And so the issue then becomes that they need an alternative placement. And the difficulty at the minute seems to be that they are going into the JJC as a place of safety, and then possibly maybe a bail address or an alternative placement is opening up a number of days later. But we would feel that needs to happen much more quicker, and there needs to be that range of accommodation options there much more quickly.
Okay, and in relation to taking it forward, in relation to the criminal record regime for under 18, in your briefing document you said the current system falls short of the Youth Justice recommendations. I'm just wondering, could you explain how that's the case and what's the potential impact on children as they go forward?
Well, I think in terms of the Youth Justice Review's recommendations, Paddy outlined them in his opening statements. I mean, the Youth Justice Review, and Paddy rightly highlighted, it did talk about the issue of criminal record retentions in the context of rehabilitation and reintegration, and trying to remove barriers for young people in terms of accessing education and employment and training, and that's certainly the way that I think, speaking for both organisations, that's the way that we would view it. So really our concern is that, first of all, that the recommendations of the Youth Justice Review weren't accepted in terms of criminal records. There was a review that was done at the same time by Sneed and Mason, and off the back of that review, the filtering scheme came in April of 2014, and the difficulties we've seen with the filtering scheme are that under the scheme there is the possibility there to filter things like cautions, diversionary youth conferences, some convictions, but they're only filtered if they don't relate to a specified offence. And there's a list of specified offences, which is about 1,200 offences, mainly relates to violent offending and sexual offending, but there are offences like criminal damage, possession of drugs. Those offences can never be filtered, so they're not removed from records. There was also issues like if you had more than one conviction on your record, it would not be filtered. And then even if something could be filtered, the filtering periods were they varied in length. But for a conviction for an under 18, it was 5.5 years. For an informed warning, it was 1 year. For a caution and a diversionary youth conference, it was 2 years. So, to our mind, compared to what the Youth Justice Review talked about, which we thought maybe struck the right balance in terms of having a criminal records regime for young people, we didn't feel that approach was in line with Youth Justice Review's recommendations, and the approach that's there is in a way quite rigid, because it isn't about assessing the risk that an individual might pose, or it's not about looking at the circumstances of the individual young person. It applies the filtering rules to the case, and however it turns out, it turns out. And our concern has always been that, and as Paddy emphasised, that this could be a barrier to young people accessing education or employment or training, and that could be a barrier in terms of them reintegrating and to preventing further offending. What we have seen discussed, and it was brought forward as part of the last Justice Act in 2015, is an independent review mechanism. And I think in response to some of the concerns that had been raised, and that in a way is welcome, but we still feel there is a way to go in terms of the Youth Justice Review's recommendations, because obviously there is no provision at the moment in terms of the possibility of wiping the slate clean at 18. Diversionary disposals can still be disclosed, and they are still considered for disclosure, and whilst this independent review mechanism might allow that to be reviewed, it won't necessarily remove that issue. So we do feel there is a large difference at the moment between what the Youth Justice Review had recommended and where the regime is at generally.
Yeah, and if I can just come in there just on what John Patrick has said, on the ground, I mean, the reality of the situation that affects young people is that young people we work with, that include youth, tell us the problems that they have, even if they have very minor offences, how that in itself prevents them from moving into education or employment. It's just a real barrier, and it's ironic that we know that it's through those routes of education, training and employment that young people will come out the other end, and yet they are there as a major obstacle to young people actually moving forward and away from criminality.
Okay, thank you very much. The 25% of in youth engagement clinics seems very, very, I mean, I imagine anybody under 18 age would be tightly linked.
That wasn't actually a percentage. The number, the 25 wasn't actually the percentage. It was number 25 out of 300.
It was even
worse. Yeah,
it's even worse.
It's even worse than that.
It's even worse, right? Because I mean, if all people, most people under 18 were legal aided, why isn't that a stipulation that there should be legal representation?
You are entitled to legal aid for clinics. So there has actually been. This is kind of, I think, in terms of it's evolved for us, in that whenever the clinics were first being proposed, we did make the point around you need to have a legal representative at the clinic. You need to make sure that young people are legally represented so they understand the consequences, and for the reasons we've just discussed around criminal records, I think that's even more crucial. And from the literature I've seen in relation to the clinics, it is emphasised that legal aid is available, you can bring a legal representative, but the difficulty seems to have been that for whatever reason young people aren't taking that up. Now, we actually had a discussion with the Law Society which changed our perspective on this slightly, in that they also indicated to us that part of the difficulty might be that if a young person is being interviewed by the police, maybe for example, or has come to the attention of the police, they may not necessarily have a legal representative at that stage, and if they don't have a legal representative at that stage, it's maybe less likely that they will maybe have legal representation later on in the process. And it's actually something the Youth Justice Review had mentioned as well. So when it considered this whole issue of diversions, it had said it would actually be much better if legal representatives got in at an earlier stage, and for the reasons we've discussed. So there does seem, I think, to be a need not only to say to young people you can have a legal representative and there's legal aid available, but to really encourage that and to really emphasise that. And as I say, not just maybe in those cases where the young person has been referred to the youth engagement clinic having not admitted the offence, but that is possible for that to happen. They can be referred without having admitted the offence, where the policy in the clinics would say you must have a legal representative there in those circumstances. But in all cases, because the role of the legal representative is broader than that. It is about advising them of the suitability of the diversion in their case, and about advising the young person of the consequences. And we do think that that's really a role for legal advisors rather than those who are taking the clinics.
And just it's just an observation in terms of the relationship between the agency and the prison service. I think it would be helpful if there was sort of some concept of where it should be. Because in the absence of that, it can continue on by default. Everybody says it shouldn't be there, but nobody says it should be here. Then it may just say, well, in the absence of an alternative, it's just.
That's very useful.
Thank you, Chair.
It's an idea for a seminar in the future around that sort of one of our innovation seminars. Paul, you don't want any questions?
I'm fine. The answers questions.
Worth noting in itself. just in terms of wrapping up, you mentioned at the start about the statutory time limits issue. What do you think needs to be done to make sure we've implemented a new STL system?
Well, I think unfortunately if you wind back 4 years and the recommendation that the review team actually made in terms of an end-to-end statutory time limit, and they also said at that point that they needed to see an amendment to the 2003 order to enable the right statutory time limit to come in, which would be end-to-end. That's what needed to have been implemented 4 years ago. And we've been round the houses slightly on this, and we've had several consultations around statutory time limits. The committee has heard lots of evidence around this, and we certainly have been involved, and we've been glad to be involved in the consultations. However, it is deeply frustrating that 4 years down the line we still don't have statutory time limits in this mandate. And we would seem to see the department coming closer to the recognition that there is a need for an end-to-end statutory time limit, and there is a need to amend the 2003 legislation. But you can understand our concerns that somehow it has taken 4 years to reach the point where we started from, and certainly we had been given those recommendations years ago. So we would suggest that the committee need to keep a really close eye on this, and we need to see something happening about this really quickly within the next mandate as well. So it's vital that this is kept on the agenda. It's a major failing, I think, in terms of some of the recommendations coming out of the review, that it was quite clear what needed to happen, and we haven't got there yet.
Okay. Look, thank you all very much, and again, apologies for keeping you so late, but do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all members for sticking with it as well. So next meeting is on the 28th, 2 p.m, room 30.
Assembly Committee Room 30.